Yes, I can hear you very well. Okay, okay.
17-year wait was well and truly worth it. The T20 International Series surely lived up to its hype, and there were plenty of memorable moments.
My favourite moment in this series, Amir Jamal's last over against Moeen Ali. He was well set, and Amir was playing his first game. He held his nerves, and he won the game for Pakistan.
Amir Jamal will celebrate. What a way to open up your account as an international T20 cricketer.
A brilliant innings by a young man with so much talent, Harry Brook, who made 85 from 35.
It's 50 for Harry Brook, his very first in England colours.
Chasing down 200 with 10 wickets in hand, never been done before. Babar got a fantastic ton. Rizwan got 88. It was truly special to watch.
That has been quite extraordinary.
Every time I saw Mohammad Rizwan bat, those were magical moments for me. And the responsibility he's shown throughout the series was amazing.
Have another go in the crowd. How often does that happen?
Well, the highlight of this series for me was Mark Wood's fast bowling. Those bounces, the short pitch deliveries, they were just quick, and that rattles the Pakistani batsmen.
Liam Dawson's 34 from 17 almost snatched a win for England in Game 4.
Extremely disappointed there was no super over in Karachi, but Haris Rauf made up for all of that. That over got Karachi to a standstill.
Aswadal is fast and straight.
Great buzz here at the iconic Gaddafi Stadium on a Super Sunday for this winner-takes-it-all contest. Great buzz indeed here as we head into the final T20 International. Bank Al Falah presents Dafa News, Pakistan versus England. Well, I can tell you that there's going to be deafening noise at Gaddafi Stadium. The crowd is building up nicely and the atmosphere is going to be absolutely electric because we know the demand of the tickets has been insane. Everybody's been calling, wanting to get here, and why not? We're looking at a 3-all series with a decider just now. Hello and welcome to Naya Nazmabad Pitchside Show, and this is it really. This is the grand finale between England and Pakistan. It really is about who's going to be taking that trophy home tonight. It's been a fantastic series overall, and I'm sure that you're all looking forward to it. Now, Wasim Akram and Waqar Yunus join me. Baz, बड़ी अच्छी series रही है overall. जिस तरह से spectators' point of view से 3-all पे जाना और फिर heading into this one, couldn't have asked for a better setup.
Absolutely. You know, this is stuff made of dreams. कि 3 इंग्लैंड से खेलेंगे, 3 वो जीतेंगे, 3-1 जीतेंगे, final match in Lahore. What else you want? Series decider, pack house. अगर ये पहुंच गए सारे थे. It took me half an hour to arrive here, 45 minutes from the out gate. एक तो सारे गेट बंद कर देते हैं यार. और अगर आपने, sorry to change, it's a very touchy subject for me. अगर आपने gates बंद करने हैं ना, तो half kilometer away board लगा दो कि ये gate, this gate is closed, this gate is closed, this is the entrance. आप वहाँ पहुँचते हो तो पता लगता है जी आज गेट बंद है. मैं वहाँ बाहर खड़ा हूँ, 2 गाड़ियाँ गुजर गई हैं. वो फैमिलियाँ दी सारे दियाँ सिक्योरिटी.
चले, ये जो उन्होंने बात की ये बात अच्छी है, लेकिन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जो है ना वो क्राउड बिल्ड हो रहा है, which is the most important thing. यानी लोग आ रहे हैं और आते रहेंगे. बट वकार भाई, सीरीज के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? क्विकली एंजॉय किया आपने? फिर मैं एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस पे जाने वाली हूँ. एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन.
आई थिंक सबने एंजॉय किया है. बिग सीरीज 3-all, और इससे बेहतर फिनाले हो नहीं सकता था. एंड वी हैव सीन लॉट ऑफ good cricket. I mean, batting, bowling, good catches also, everything we saw. So it's about time that Pakistan pull their socks and win this one.
Pull their socks is what they need to do. As Waqar bhai has rightly pointed out, it's time for the expert advice to hear the insight from the experts.
Expert advice brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Right, so we're looking at obviously building up towards the World Cup. And because we're talking about the World Cup, I thought it's best to get their views on what teams should play from a Pakistan point of view from both of them. So let's have a look at Waz's first team कि उन्होंने टीम में किन प्लेयर्स को रखा है जो कि वर्ल्ड कप में खेलनी चाहिए. ये इनकी 11 है. मोहम्मद रिजवान, बाबर आजम ओपन करेंगे, शान मसूद 1 डाउन, इफ्तिखार अहमद 4 पे, आजम खान इज द इंटरेस्टिंग इंक्लूजन. तो वैस थोड़ा सा बताएं अपनी टीम के बारे में कि आजम खान को आपने इंक्लूड.
आई सपोज हॉर्सेस फॉर कोर्सेस. अगर मैं कप्तान हूँ बाबर की जगह तो आइडिया क्या है मेरा एंड गेम इज टू विन द वर्ल्ड कप. एंड फॉर दैट द बेस्ट प्लेयर्स अवेलेबल यू टेक. अदर ओवरवेट हैं व्हाटएवर, पर मौके पे ये आपको यूज करना पड़ेगा. उसकी फॉर्म जबरदस्त है. बट आई एग्री विद विकी, वी वर डिस्कसिंग अर्ली ऑन, जो प्लेयर्स डोमेस्टिक T20 नहीं खेले वो सिलेक्शन में आ नहीं सकते अनफॉर्चुनेटली. एंड दैट्स अ राइट डिसीजन एज वेल. अगर आप लीग्स को प्रेफर करोगे अपनी डोमेस्टिक T20 में तो फिर आप कंप्लेन नहीं कर सकते कि आई एम नॉट गेटिंग पिक्ड. And I'm all for it for this kind of law. If you're not playing domestic, you shouldn't be getting picked up. But I want him in. For it's my personal thing. ये नहीं है कि बाबर को बता रहा हूँ या सेलेक्टर्स को बता रहा हूँ. I would have had him. I would have made sure that he plays the domestic league and then from there onwards.
CPL में बड़ा अच्छा फॉर्म रहा है आजम का, which is why वसीम भाई स्पिरिट. अच्छा, वकार भाई की टीम भी दिखा दें एक दफ़ा. वकार भाई की टीम में मोहम्मद रिजवान और फखर जमान ओपन करें. इससे मैं इनके बारे में पूछना चाहती हूँ. और शुएब मलिक इज इन. दीज आर द 2 बिग एडिशंस. तो वकार भाई बताएं, शुएब मलिक तो आपके साथ शो नहीं कर रहा या फिर आप
शो का क्या करेंगे भाई?
देखिए वो मैं शो का मुझे नहीं मालूम क्या करेंगे. मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट बिट इज़ के आई फील कि जो इन मैचेस में और इससे पहले भी जो देखा है कि हमारी मिडल ऑर्डर हम खेल रहे हैं पिछले कितने दिनों से. तो मिडल ऑर्डर में फिर आप व्हाई डोंट वी गो एक्सपीरियंस. आई एम टोटली फॉर आजम खान, बट आई एम ऑल्सो फॉर कि जी अगर आप डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट नहीं खेलते यू शुड नॉट बी कंसिडर्ड. वेरी सिंपल. और शुएब मलिक ने डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में परफॉर्म किया है. एंड आई थिंक जो परफॉर्मेंस आप डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में जो लोग करते हैं उनकी रिस्पेक्ट होनी चाहिए, उनको इज्जत मिलनी चाहिए. And I felt at number 5, number 6, maybe not in the top 3, 4, but number 5, number 6, I still feel in Australia, Shoaib Malik might be little handy. Yeah.
ठीक है, इंटरेस्टिंग थॉट्स. आजम खान वसीम भाई की उसमें है और शुएब मलिक वकार भाई की हैं. एंड ही इज आल्सो ओपनिंग विद फखर जमान. उसके बारे में मैं पूछूंगी, बट दैट वाज द एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस फॉर यू.
एक्सपर्ट एडवाइस ब्रॉट टू यू बाय नया नाज़माबाद.
Right, we've seen the scores here so far. England were magnificent in that last chase that we saw. काफ़ी ज़्यादा उन्होंने easily जो था वो रन चेस किया था. तो आज पिच कैसे बिहेव कर रही है और कंडीशंस कैसी होंगी, लेट्स फाइंड आउट फ्रॉम अरूज मुमताज who's out there with the 2 captains.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
It's time for the decider, the 7th match in this 7-match series. It hangs in the balance at 3-3. Of course, Moin to my right, Babar to my left, as we walk to have a closer look at the surface for tonight. Babar, सबसे पहले ये बताएं, पाकिस्तान ने एक लंबी T20 सीरीज में इंग्लैंड को आज तक नहीं हराया. 3-3 परफेक्ट मौका है.
Definitely, we are trying to win this series. और हमारे हाथ में यही है कि हम एफर्ट करें, रिजल्ट हमारे हाथ में नहीं.
Moin, 2 different kind of games panned out in Lahore, the 2 games that we saw. What are you expecting tonight?
Similar to probably last game. The first game was obviously rained a lot before that, so that was a bit tacky, but I'm expecting probably similar wicket to the last game. And yeah, it's been a really good series. Both teams have played some really good cricket, and we're looking forward to today.
One word on the crowd?
Yeah, the crowd is always good. Obviously here and Karachi was amazing, and they're so loud. Obviously they love cricket here, so it's awesome here.
Babar, surface के बारे में आपको आज क्या लग रहा है?
सरफेस सिमिलर लग रहा है लास्ट मैच के जो खेला वैसे लग रहा है. डिपेंड करता है कैसा बिहेव करता है. और लाहौर में हमेशा हाई स्कोरिंग मैच होता है और अच्छी विकेट होती है और बैट्समैन एंजॉय करते हैं.
बैट्समैन एंजॉय करते हैं और अच्छी विकेट होती है. ओनली टाइम विल टेल.
Pitch and weather brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, one thing that we've kind of seen throughout this series is that whoever's won the toss has some kind of an advantage. You know, chasing की जब हम बात करते हैं तो वो obviously एक favorable outcome है of the toss. 5-1 मोइन अली अभी तक जीते हैं टॉस जीती थी. और बाबर आजम जो है उम्मीद कर रहे होंगे कि आज के क्रूशल मैच में जो है वो टॉस जीते. वी आर रेडी विद द टॉस नाउ, सो इट्स ओवर टू बाजिद खान who's out there with the 2 captains.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Toss time for the 7th and final time here in Lahore. Mohammad Javed Malik, match referee, Babar Azam and Moin Ali. Babar has the coin.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's tails. So finally, Babar won the toss. What are you doing and why?
We are bowling first and we are trying to take early wickets, and main thing is dew factor. Second time they have a lot of dew.
Big occasion, obviously 7th game decider in front of your home crowd. How big is this?
Definitely we are excited to play front of our crowd and fans. They are waiting for this series, and we're trying to win this series.
Team changes?
We have 4 changes. Haris Haider unfortunately is not well. Is not playing. Amar is not playing, and Dhani is not playing. Rizwan playing, Khujdil playing, and Haris and Isnan.
You remembered, I've forgotten. But overall, this series, lots of positives. What are the positives and what are the concerns going into the World Cup?
Look, we have a lot of positive things in this series because our bowler is bowling very well, and we have a trying to different combination and different plans. They execute very well, and yes, we have a lot of concern in the middle order. So we are trying to step up and looking forward to the series.
Thank you very much and good luck. Lost the toss at the final moment, Moin.
It's okay. Yeah, I mean, it would have been nice. We obviously would have bowled, but you know, you bat well, you bat big first innings, and try and put the game out of reach.
Overall, in the series, has been very, very close. Your fast bowling has been brilliant. Is there any concern about your spin department, because the fast bowling was taking all those pundits?
Yeah, actually, I think it's, I wouldn't say it's a concern. I think it's not easy for spinners. If you look at both teams, spinners have struggled a bit. I don't think these wickets, they haven't been spinning big or anything, and they're quite low generally, so it's quite difficult for spin bowling. And there's been a lot of dew in Lahore in particular. So no real concern, to be honest with you, and I think we have played really good cricket this series.
Team changes today?
One change. Chris Woakes comes in for Gleeson.
Go well. Good luck.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre is that Pakistan have won the toss and elected to bowl.
Toss brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Right, good news for the Pakistan fans is that Babar Azam has won the toss finally, and they decided to bowl first. Couple of changes for them. England ka bhi ek change hai, all of that, but after the short break. welcome back to Naya Nazmabad pitch side show and quite a few changes for Pakistan. एक इंग्लैंड का भी चेंज है. बस पाकिस्तान के पर्सपेक्टिव से हारिस रऊफ is back, which is the big news for them. मोहम्मद हसनैन भी है और मोहम्मद वसीम भी है और खुशदिल शाह भी वापस है.
Yeah, it looks a very strong side, that's for sure. Obviously Hyder Ali is not well. So वैसे और पेपर देखा जाए आपकी बैटिंग नंबर 9 तक है. मोहम्मद वसीम can bat as well, and then Haris Rauf can also hit. We've seen other day. So yeah, it's a very good bowling attack. 3 proper fast bowlers, 2 spinners, regular spinners, and of course Iftikhar Ahmed can do a couple if needed. And great toss to win.
Exactly.
Although we match नहीं जीते हमने. So great toss to win. That's a good start. What you don't want, in my opinion, not to chase 200, 210, even on with a wet ball. So they have to be very careful.
Obviously फाइनल ग्रैंड फिनाले में इतना बड़ा चेज मुश्किल हो जाएगा, लेकिन इंग्लैंड के पास वो बैट्समैन हैं वकार भाई, एंड दे आल्सो हैव क्रिस वोक्स नाउ, जो कि पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करता है. जो भी हो जाए पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ ही लव्स टेकिंग विकेट्स.
Yeah, most of the time he has performed in test matches against Pakistan. He's a very good cricketer, very fine cricketer. Batting भी अच्छी कर लेता है, तो I think उनकी भी बैटिंग बड़ी लंबी है. So they will come hard as they normally do, और उसी तरह खेलने की कोशिश करेंगे. if अगर ये पिच थोड़ी सी स्टिकी हुई तो कहीं ना कहीं शुरू में प्रॉब्लम होगी, एंड दैट्स व्हाट पाकिस्तान नीड्स टू कैश इन. अगर पाकिस्तान अर्ली ऑन अच्छी बॉलिंग कर गया और उनके अर्ली विकेट्स ले लिए, पाकिस्तान गॉट अ फेयर चांस ऑफ विनिंग. और जिस तरह वसीम भाई ने कहा ना कि अगर 200 ना होने दें, 200 अगर हो गया तो देन विल बी, डजंट मैटर ड्यू है या नहीं है, द प्रेशर ऑफ फिनाले विल गेट टू यू.
ठीक है, खुशदिल शाह पे कोई प्रेशर है?
आई सपोज उस पे होगा, बच्चे पे डेफिनेटली होगा. But just go out and express yourself. Don't worry, अगर आउट भी होते कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Play your game. Don't change your game. ये कॉन्फिडेंस कप्तान को और कोच को उसको देना चाहिए. And that's what we want from him. Go play your game. Don't get worried कि आउट भी होता हूँ. And then show us how good you are.
ठीक है, बिल्कुल. मैसेजेस कि गो प्ले योर गेम बाय वसीम भाई फॉर खुशदिल शाह. देखते हैं कि वो अपनी गेम खेलते हैं कि नहीं खेलते हैं. मौका तो उनको पास डेफिनेटली है. एक और ब्रेक लेते हैं एंड देन विल बी बैक एट नया नाज़माबाद पिच साइड. back at Naya Nazmabad pitch side show. Pakistan has won the toss and they are bowling first. But right now, we're discussing the World Cup teams of Wasim and Waqar. Waqar bhai, आपने फखर जमान को ओपन कराया है, तो क्या रीजन है मोहम्मद अजहर?
Before he answers, I'm all for it. फखर जमान, but बाबर को कौन बनाएगा?
Sometime आपको sacrifice करना पड़ता है as a leader, you know, as a captain, you have to give in at times, you know. So I feel फखर जमान का मेरा ये है कि फखर जमान थोड़ा more aggressive खेलता है, ऊपर से खेलता है, you know, plays over the top. So जैसा आपने कल पिछले दिन हेल्स एंड अपना सॉल्ट को देखा जिस तरह खेलते हैं, फखर जमान का आपको पता है कि he plays that way. If he gets going तो उस तरह का स्टार्ट मिलेगा जो इंग्लैंड को अगले दिन स्टार्ट. So that is the only reason I feel कि फखर को ओपन किया तो बाबर को 3 पे आ जाने. I don't think it make much difference. But yeah, जैसे वसीम भाई ने कहा कि कौन बनाएगा, that is a different question. But for me, I feel this we should go this way.
आइडियल सिचुएशन में आप भी वसीम भाई ये रहते हैं, आइडियल सिचुएशन अगर ये
In an ideal world,
हाँ जी, मनाने वाली सिचुएशन ना हो.
I doubt it कि वो मानेगा. And I don't blame him. He's well set. He get runs. I understand where Vicky is coming from. कि कप्तान जब sacrifice करता है तो टीम उसको follow करती है. But these openers are doing well. They've been getting runs. It's really difficult and impossible even to ask Babar के bat at number 3. Even as a coach, I'll be hesitant. And score तो कर रहे हैं ना दोनों openers. But उसके लिए मुश्किल है नंबर 3 पे बैटिंग करना, स्पेशली 6 ओवरों के बाद फखर के लिए. उसके बाद 2 गेम है, आर या पार.
अच्छा, आर या पार. आपकी टीम हमने डिस्कस की. सिर्फ एक चीज, हैदर अली और खुशदिल शाह आपकी टीम का हिस्सा नहीं है
जी,
owing to the form.
स्क्वाड का हिस्सा है.
11 का हिस्सा नहीं है.
Yeah, Haider Ali, I've seen in last 4 innings he played, he looked out of sorts. I don't blame him कि इससे बाद खेल रहा है, कम बैक कर रहा है, बट आउट तो बंदा हो जाता है. बट शॉर्ट सिलेक्शन और उसके बाद एक मेन बॉलर, बार बार कहता हूँ कि अब ये कप्तान ने, कोच ने नहीं बताना आपको, आप प्रोफेशनल हो. एक बॉलर फॉर इंस्टेंस वुड आया है, वो किस लिए आया है? वो आपकी विकेट लेने आया है 1 ओवर के लिए. तो उस पर अटैक नहीं करना. इट्स नॉट अ दंगल कि मैं छड़ना नहीं है. that ain't gonna work. So that's why he has to learn कि किस बॉलर को खतरनाक बॉलर एक विकेट लेने के लिए आया. स्पेशली I'll just see him off, take rotate the strike, go the other end, and जब मेरी बारी आएगी तो then I'll attack.
ठीक है.
पाकिस्तान इस सीरीज में थोड़ा वनरेबल लगा है जब when you talk about the short pitch bowling, और हम खेलने जा रहे हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में, you know, where the pitches will be lot more bouncier than what we are getting here. So I feel कि you know we have to pick players who can play short ball well, and also you know ideally तो ये होता कि ये पिचें हम लोग थोड़ी सी ग्रासी बनाते जहाँ पे बॉल आता, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली नहीं बन सकी. तो अभी न्यूजीलैंड जा रहे हैं, सो होपफुली दे विल गेट इनटू दैट एंड गेट यूज्ड टू हैव दैट बाउंस, बिकॉज ऐसा नहीं होगा कि साइडवेज इतना लंबा चौड़ा बॉल जाएगा, बट इट विल बाउंस अ लिटिल बिट, सो दे नीड टू रियली गेट यूज्ड टू इट.
नो, दे एब्सोल्युटली राइट. अब पिक तो प्लेयर्स बेस्ट हमारे यही हैं स्क्वाड में. एक आधा चेंज शायद करें तो करें. दीज आर द बेस्ट वी हैव and I suppose we have to stick with them. We have to give them confidence. I hope आज का ये सीरीज जीते, कॉन्फिडेंस पे विकी बड़ा फर्क आएगा टीम के पूरे में.
9 अक्टूबर तक चेंजेस कर सकते हैं, वो तो चलो देखते रहेंगे. न्यूजीलैंड की सीरीज भी है, जस्ट टू सॉर्ट ऑफ टेस्ट प्लेयर्स आउट. वसीम भाई ने कहा 200 ना कराना तो इसलिए मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि कौन सा ऐसा टोटल है जो आप कहेंगे पाकिस्तान विल फील स्लाइटली मोर कॉन्फिडेंट के आज के लिए?
110.
आई थिंक अगर तो ड्यू पड़ती है, अगर आई डोंट नो, अभी तक तो लग रहा है कि ठीक है, लेकिन अगर देयर इज ड्यू देयर, सो आई फील देन देयर प्रॉब्ली दे शुड नॉट अलाउ देम टू गेट मोर देन 180 185 मैक्स.
ओके, 180 टॉप्स होना चाहिए. ड्यू फैक्टर भी डिस्कस हो रहा है. पाकिस्तान इज बॉलिंग फर्स्ट, दे वन द टॉस, made a couple of changes. Haris Rauf is back, which is the big news for Pakistan, and England is playing Chris Woakes. We'll be taking a short break. When we are back, we'll be bringing you all the live action. It's going to be a good one. 17-year wait was well and truly worth it. The T20 International Series surely lived up to its hype, and there were plenty of memorable moments.
My favourite moment in this series, Amir Jamal's last over against Moeen Ali. He was well set, and Amir was playing his first game. He held his nerves, and he won the game for Pakistan.
Amir Jamal will celebrate. What a way to open up your account as an international T20 cricketer.
A brilliant innings by a young man with so much talent, Harry Brook, who made 85 from 35.
It's 50 for Harry Brook, his very first in England colours.
Chasing down 200 with 10 wickets in hand, never been done before. Babar got a fantastic turn. Rizwan got 88. It was truly special to watch.
That has been quite extraordinary.
Every time I saw Mohammad Rizwan bat, those were magical moments for me. And the responsibility he's shown throughout the series was amazing.
Have another go in the crowd. How often does that happen?
Well, the highlight of this series for me was Mark Wood's fast bowling. Those bounces, the short pitch deliveries, they were just quick, and that rattles the Pakistani batsmen.
Liam Dawson's 34 from 17 almost snatched a win for England in Game 4.
Extremely disappointed there was no super over in Karachi, but Haris Rauf made up for all of that. That over got Karachi to a standstill.
Asma ball is fast and straight.
Great buzz here at the iconic Gaddafi Stadium on a Super Sunday for this winner-takes-it-all contest.
So, a very warm welcome to you. We are at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore for one more match as Bank Al Falah presents Duffer News, Pakistan versus England, T20 I Series 2022. What a series it's been as well. It could not be better set up for this final game. 3 matches all after 4 games in Karachi, followed by these 3 games here in Lahore. England winning the last game 2 nights ago in emphatic style by 8 wickets, but of course it's almost, well, it's a series decider. So it's, in a sense, winner takes all tonight. It could not, as I say, be better set up. Full house yet again at this Gaddafi Stadium. The support has been absolutely brilliant from the crowds, both in Karachi and here in Lahore. Full houses for every match, and of course very obvious who everyone is supporting, who their favourite players are. It's a brilliant atmosphere for this final game of the series. As for tonight's pitch, well, it looks remarkably similar to virtually every pitch we've seen in the series. They've behaved slightly differently from night to night, or maybe it's just the players who behave slightly differently from night to night. Once again, looks a very good pitch. Now, the toss has gone largely England's way, but not tonight. Babar Azam winning that toss, deciding that it was his choice, and his choice was to bowl first. So it's England who will be out at the crease in just a few moments' time, a few minutes' time. Let's just run through the team for you. There have been changes throughout the series, but Salt and Hales will open. Milan at 3. Duckett, who's been brilliant, he's at 4. Brooks had some brilliant moments. Moeen, of course, captain and all-rounder. Sam Curran, Wokes, Willie, Rashid and Topley make up the bowling attack. And it'll be Pakistan chasing tonight, which they've done successfully, of course, before. Final team talk for this huge England squad. Huge, it's enormous. There can't be anyone left in England. Now, for Pakistan, again, changes. Let's just run through that team. Rizwan is back. He missed the last game through injury. So Rizwan and Babar at the top. Shan at 3. Iftikhar, Asif Ali, Kustul, Mohammad Nawaz, Shadab Khan, Mohammad Wazeem, Haris Rauf and Mohammad Hasnain. That is tonight's bowling attack. But it's the batting chasing that will be the key for Pakistan here tonight. They did it in style. Remember that game in Karachi where they did it in style with just Babar and Rizwan? Well, they might need a few more players tonight to play their part. Just a reminder of how things went just 2 nights ago. At the halfway mark, Pakistan might have thought that 169 was competitive, but by the 15th over of England's chase, it was obviously very much not the case. It was a brilliant performance, especially from Phil Salt. 88 not out from just 41. England cruised home with more than enough time to spare, 170 for 2, and won by 8 wickets to set up tonight's finale. So one of the men who's been in excellent form throughout, Babar Azam, captain of Pakistan, one of the great stylists in world cricket of this modern era. Ever so consistent throughout this series, and he and Rizwan, of course, at the top of the order, have produced some sparkling opening partnerships. 87 not out for him the other night, absolutely the major innings of that night for Pakistan. In terms of runs in T20I, well, Babar Azam is there with 3,000. He reached that landmark 2 nights ago. 3,035, and went ahead of Paul Sterling. A couple of decent names up above him: Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Martin Guptill, all experts in this form of the game. Well, if Babar Azam's innings was good the other night, well, Phil Salt's was even better. Had almost that little bit of luck from the first ball, but after that, hardly ever put a hand or a foot wrong. Shots absolutely everywhere. Commanding power, great hitting, great placement. He would have absolutely loved that experience out there. Dominated the proceedings in no uncertain terms. So that was the most crushing of victories, but everyone starts again here tonight, and the one big difference already that we know of is that England will now have to set a target. We've gone back to the pitch they played on 4 nights ago, but England will be setting, Pakistan will be chasing. Well, we know the people involved out there. We've seen them all for the last 6-7 games now. Wasim and Bazit alongside again. 3-all, 1 to play. What do you reckon?
Stage is set. Ideal series, 3 each, 1 to go, that too in Lahore. One of the most beautiful cities. Lahori people are more hospitable, and it's a pack house again. 7 games, 7 pack houses, unbelievable.
Well, no need to go into the Lahore versus Karachi discussion quite so early, I feel.
Straight away.
But here we are. It's England against Pakistan, or Pakistan against England, and a series to be won.
Yeah, an important toss for Pakistan to win. You saw that last game where England just smashed Pakistan all over the park, but very important that they've won the toss, but now they have to bowl well, because these two, as we know, very, very destructive, super destructive once they get going. And even if it's not a pitch where the ball will come on and is slightly better in the evening, these two can well make up for it up front with their powerful batting.
Yeah, they'll be positive for sure. They both are in good nick, especially Salt. We've seen in the previous inning how devastating he can be as a batsman in this format, especially as an opener. And we all know there's a due factor, we understand that, but Pakistan team needs to be careful. They don't want to be chasing 200 or 195 even with the due around. So yes, it's very, very important that they bowl well in the first 6 over against these two.
Well, it's going to be Mohammad Nawaz who's going to open the bowling yet again. That slow left arm spin. Just take you back to that first ball of the match 2 nights ago, where Phil Salt miscued it just behind square, and it just eluded the dive. Just imagine how different things can be on the... Just if fate says something different on the night. But we know that Phil Salt, for instance, will attack from ball 1. We know that. Mohammad Nawaz knows that. I'd imagine 20-odd thousand people in the crowd probably understand that as well. So just waiting for the instructions. It's Asif Yaqub and Hassan Raza who are the on-field umpires, just waiting for the gentle word of play, and we will be underway in the 7th and final match between Pakistan and England. First ball, first run, and 1 run becomes 2. Once again, you see Phil Salt doing exactly what he's done pretty much every time that he's opening innings against Mohammad Nawaz. Trying to give himself space to go over the offside. The long off is placed in the deep. If he has enough space, there is space over extra cover, away to the left there. If he can just maneuver the ball in that direction. He's found the gap. It's taken him 2 balls to find the gap, 2 balls to find the boundary.
He doesn't believe in checking the pace of the pitch or the bowler. The minute go from the ball first, he took 2, gave himself room, and the second ball a boundary. Now the pressure is on a bowler straight away. That now instead of getting wickets or taking wickets, he'll be concentrating to get this over, going well for him. 6 of the 2 deliveries.
Well, that's held a little bit. It is going to be 1. Not the most convincing moment for Phil Salt. Leg buys.
As have we. The players also played against each other a lot of time. They know exactly what Salt is going to do. Nawaz will know that he's going to expose his stumps and try and hit through the offside. So maybe just close him down leg side. But it's difficult in the power play anyway. Just 2 men out.
Good diving stop. Almost got past him, Asif Ali. Yeah, interesting little stat here for you about Mohammad Nawaz. Career power play economy rates just under 7, 6.95. In this series, it's been nearly 9, it's 8.77. A lot of that is down to the approach, obviously, of Salt and Hales in particular, although England have chopped and changed at various times through the series. Already 8 from the over. A few more here as well. That is beautifully placed. Mid-on up. There's a deep, wide mid-wicket, but it's nowhere near him. 12 without loss after 5 balls.
He's such good form last innings. It's the same venue, same ground. He's just carrying on. And the good thing about this is that he knew that there was ample space over mid-on.
Well, what's he going to do next? He's already made his point, hasn't he, Phil Salt? Oh, that's in the air, just dropping short, the leading edge. What a mix that's been, but it's still the first over going for 13 without loss.
A bit of grip from Nawaz, top edge, but luckily for Phil Salt, it dropped just between the fielders. But what an over to start off with, 13 for none in first over. So pressure back on the bowlers here.
Just have another look at the teams for today's match. Various changes for Pakistan, especially 4 changes. No Hyder Ali today, no Mohammad Harris, who just had that 1 game while Rizwan was injured. Wokes coming back in for England. There's 4 changes for Pakistan. Strong looking bowling attack again. Nice balance actually for Pakistan with all that pace and with the various spin options as well. And the first man of that pace attack to get a go, Mohammad Hasnain. That's going to be 4. No hanging around for Alex Hales. No sight, sorry, for Phil Salt. No sighters for anyone. Just have a crack at it and hit it for 4.
Deja vu. He's just carrying on. This time leg side, just clips it away in the gap. Doesn't really matter if it goes in the air because he's finding all those gaps left, right and center.
The first best delivery was drifting down leg side early on. You got to be warmed up as a bowler. Run in, first ball, back of a length on this kind of pitch, hitting the stumps.
Well, that's better. That's bounced, has gone through. There's an enthusiastic appeal. No response from the umpire. Not sure there was much from Rizwan either. There's a blank look from Barber. He has no idea what's going on here. We're running out of time if they want to review. 4, 3, 2, 1. No. No, no, no. Great delivery. Good pace, good bounce.
That's the one thing that we didn't see the previous night. The ball passing the bat, actually getting beaten. Hasnain thought he had smashed the cover off it. He was off and ready, and he was almost signaling to the umpire, I want that DRS. But yeah, Rizwan saying no. Barber, they're not convinced, but beating the bat, that's a first win.
Well, it was a good response. But yes, if your keeper's not particularly enthusiastic about the appeal, that's normally a big, big clue. Just the one this time, a little fuller. We, of course, can always try and shed light on these matters. Very swiftly, Ultra Edge proves that there was no contact between bat and ball.
Decided in the end by Babar Azam. When your keeper says he don't know what happened, you should know that there was no nick. But Hasnain was actually very confident that he heard something.
Got to push, but it's good running.
Whenever these referrals or the DRS comes in, you always look back and think about the teams you played in. Who would have been the worst? Who would have been the best? I think you would have a fair idea of the players that you played with, Wasim, by who would have been the absolutely worst one.
I played a long time ago, I don't remember, but I can promise you Moin Khan would have been said nick to every ball. He was very enthusiastic about everything, and look at the beautiful delivery. That's the length I talk about early on in T20, even on these sort of pitches.
Let's face it, your keeper is the key man when it comes to referrals, whether it be things like this, possible edge, or LBWs. He's the man in the best position to judge these things, so you need your keeper not to get carried away with the emotion of the moment or any patriotic spirit or anything, just to be clearly judging it. To a bowls, almost to Yorker, not quite. Not many options for Alex Hales there. 20 without loss after 2.
I think that was a good delivery, sensible delivery. Hale was waiting for the short ball. Look at his foot movement. He was inside the crease, waiting for the short one to play either side of the square, but cleverly bowled by Hasnain.
Well, not surprisingly, as this follows the pattern from previous matches, an instant change in the bowling. Mohammad Wasim Jr. So spin replaced by pace.
He's got fine leg Thurman up in the circle, square leg back, and mid wicket for Salt.
Well, you can see exactly what Phil Salt made of that field placing. Men are back in the deep on the leg side. Obvious solution, back away, try and get it through the offside. Didn't quite time it. Almost got it through there.
I'm not a big fan of giving the new ball to a spinner, especially the first over. You can give the second over. The reason, because the white ball hardly swings anyway nowadays. So if spinner is bowling the first over, and if he gets hit for a boundary or even go for 6 runs along the ground, the second over will not swing at all.
Well, Alex Hales trying to do exactly the same thing, give himself space to go through or over that offside. This one's gone through nicely as well. There's a bit of extra bounce from Mohammad Wasim.
Still is the right way to go. You take that previous game and you think that batting second is at advantage, the ball sort of skips on. So you want to be aiming at a much higher ceiling. You want to be aiming 200 plus in order to give your bowlers a cushion.
That's gone straight back past him. Mohammad Wasim almost ducking out the way. That actually is a brilliant piece of work on the boundary's edge. Haris Rauf, very, very nimble, very clever. Timed the flick absolutely perfectly.
He's unbelievable, Haris Rauf. He's quick, presence of mind, and he saved the boundary. Definitely. What an effort from this gun fielder.
Yeah, brilliant. Most fast bowlers are so good in the field nowadays. Even previous years they were pretty good.
Beautifully guided with that third man. Well, the third man was placed down there, and it's timed so absolutely very sweetly that it's beaten him very, very easily.
Intelligent shot from Hales. There was a fielder there, third man was up, he was a bit finer, and backward point was there as well, so he played it between these two beautifully. Another boundary.
Just waited for it a tad longer to get it behind that boundary rider.
Flicked away, one bounce fall through mid-wicket. Dominant stuff from Hales, equaling Phil Salt's approach from the other night. These two are already racing away.
Yeah, high-class batting. This time he walks across. He's expecting Wasim to now target the stumps after that previous shot, and once he targets the stumps, he opens up the leg side. This is preempting what the bowler is going to bowl, but also high skill.
Well, the problem for Babar Azam is that the way it's all going, he has to adapt and readapt and adapt again and put the field back where it was to start with. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If there's a cat and mouse game going on out there, it's the cat that's winning. 35 without loss.
Look at this shot. That's why he's so dangerous. Both of them, in fact. Alex Hales is back in nick and beautifully played shot. He was probably a tempted Yorker. Didn't pitch it perfectly, and against these guys, if you are not precise and perfect, you'll get hammered.
Well, the way it's going at the moment, even if you are precise and perfect, you might still get hammered. I mean, what do you do as a captain? Babar Azam was put men on the leg side, offside, back on the leg side. Well, it's it's an electric start from England. 35 from 3 overs. Run rate therefore just shy of 12 runs per over. 3 different bowlers have been used so far. Fourth comes into play now in Haris Rauf. Might just be a case, one of those things we're used to people like Haris Rauf soaking up the pressure at the end of the game. Use the same thought process, because this is just like the last 3 or 4 overs of the full 20, isn't it? The ball's going everywhere. You're trying to minimize that. Forget about, well, you want to try and take a wicket, obviously that'd be the most effective way of slowing things down, but as your first ambition, you know, try not to go like the last over for 15.
Back to their main bowler, a wicket taker for Pakistan. Down leg side, straight to the fielder. Fortunately for Haris, he took a rest from a previous game. Otherwise, he had been playing consistently for Pakistan since the Asia Cup. Current run rate, lightning start, 11.37.
Now, the Pakistan Junior League starts in a few days' time, 4 days' time. Some of the players involved from those 6 teams shaking hands with some of the international stars who we are watching right at the moment. No run this time. So great opportunity for those youngsters, under 19s. First ever under 19 franchise league to experience what it's all about.
Must be a huge experience for these young boys to come to different country, and even Pakistani boys to play a franchise cricket and getting caps from their ideals, from their favorite players.
Well, Haris Rauf did well, even though Hales started going way wide of leg stump and carried on going even wider. Haris Rauf did two things. One is follow him. Secondly, took all the pace off the ball as well.
And he's the game breaker for Pakistan when it comes to bowling, and he's come in. Well, he's not picked up a wicket, but he's just gone for one of his 3 deliveries, and the level of skill that he has with that slow one is unbelievable. And every game he's been given those difficult overs and he delivers more often than not.
Again, just that subtle change of pace, because Hales was ready to go at that. He just had to adjust the timing of his shot, so just the one. First visit of the night to the Tapal Tea Lounge. Little hot chai just to keep things going there. Almost identical shot to the one from the first ball of the over. Nicely timed, but again straight to the deep square leg, the backward deep square leg.
Another variation from Haris Rauf, and what a start from him. Only 3 runs he's conceded in his first 5 deliveries, when the opposition for 35 for none in 3. So that's why this guy is so crucial for Pakistan team, playing 11, Haris Rauf, in this format.
You got a twin brother. Might need him at the other end. Deep square leg in the action yet again. That's what's called a much quieter over. 39 without loss. Well, some consolation, some relief for Babar Azam and his men. My word, they needed it. First 3 overs have been all about the England batsman. Haris Rauf doing his thing well. Times like this, as I say, you want, as a captain, you also want to have the man bowling at both ends, but that ain't gonna happen. So a change every over. It's Hasnain again, but from the opposite end. Well, that's pretty straight. That is very straight. Didn't take long for the finger to go up. And I think the discussion between Alex Hales, who's just been given out, and Phil Salt is that it looked pretty plumb to the naked eye. So Hales is on his way. He's not going to review it. England have lost their first wicket.
The pressure built by Haris and the wicket taken by Hasnain. Short of a length in the stumps, but once Hales just falls across, misses it, maybe indicates that the ball is skidded slightly low, but nonetheless it's very straight from Hasnain, and that's why he's prospered. Alex Hales gone for 18, it's 39 for 1.
Ride him over. So center.
39 for 1. David Milan at number 3 again for England. 5 balls left in this 5th over of the innings. We have a slip in place.
Mini comeback by Pakistan, especially after Haris Rauf's over. He created pressure and then Hasnain got them a breakthrough. So slip in place, fine leg up in the circle.
I have to say the idea of putting a slip in is a good one. Milan through this series has been a little bit up and down. That's plumb. Just to reaffirm, that is plumb. The original decision looked a good one. No review required. It's absolutely what Pakistan required at that stage. Just remember that 50,000 rupees goes out of KSC's pockets into a bucket towards the flood relief efforts. So yeah, Milan has played and missed a few times in this series. He likes to guide the ball down towards third man. The slip is a very viable option for Pakistan. That's leg stump though. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. He's got to come a long way back. Well. Phil Salt had come almost all the way down to join David Milan, who was unaware that Salt was on his way there. Even then, Phil Salt desperately trying to regain his ground. Couldn't quite make it.
Huge, massive in terms of the game, in terms of the series. Milan sort of looked at Phil Salt very late, and Phil Salt was committed to the run. There was no way that he was getting back. In the end, a direct hit, a loopy one as such, but it does it for Pakistan and the man they wanted. He was looking in fine fiddle yet again, out for 20. England now 39 for 2.
Just a little bit too far down the leg side, so wide is obviously called. There's one diving away to his right, so the game has changed in the space of 3 balls. 2 wickets falling in the space of 3 balls.
That's what happens in this format when you get wickets, and that run out was so important for Pakistan. Let's have a look again. He took a couple of steps and then he said no. By the time Phil Salt was literally next to him, and Hasnain there yorked himself. Thank God it was a direct hit. Well done, Shadab.
Well, here we go again with the boundaries. A little bit too full, a little bit too wide. David Milan stretches out for it, just creams it away for 4.
We've seen this so many times. He does time the ball so well outside off stump. You sometimes think that's the vulnerability, but it's also his strength. Because he can just opens the face, gets it in the gap, timing's perfect. I feel England still have to go hard. They still have to get near about 200.
This will help the cause as well. Just Again, just a fraction too close to that leg side, helped on its way. We've had wickets, we've had boundaries. But the wickets and the fours match each other in this over.
I mean, he started off so well, wicket, then dot ball, then wicket, then wide ball, and then two boundaries. Two poor deliveries, one outside off stump full and one down leg side when fine leg was up in the circle. He's putting pressure on himself unnecessarily. He's got to be consistent with his lengths.
And we finish with a dot. 48 for 2.
Haris Rauf back into the attack, back into the team. Pakistan look much the stronger for it. It's been an excellent start from England. They've put their foot down, but they have lost the 2 wickets in the power play with 1 over to go. Waqar Younis and Anas Sahel alongside me. I walked out and saw the pitch about an hour and a half before the game started. I thought it looked really tired. Cracks had all opened up and that it sort of become puckered, you know, like the half seam of a ball when it gets wet and it starts to open up. But as we got closer to the start, I don't know whether the dew or whatever has just kind of knitted it together again, but it's played really well.
Yeah, the look of the pitch is definitely belying the behavior. Mosaic globe. But to be honest, the ball has slid onto the bat quite nicely. It has allowed batsmen to play with freedom. Yes, those slow deliveries where the fast bowler looked to take the pace off did respond. Other than that, not many gremlins in the pitch.
The only issue I see on this sort of pitch is the odd one might hit the crack and will keep low. You've got to really keep a very close eye on as a batsman. This one kept a touch low. Pakistan have pulled it back a little bit. It seemed like that the England openers was taking it away from them. 2 wickets in the previous over from Snan, a run out and a beautiful delivery. Nice and straight to Hales. I think that has done really well for Pakistan. Still, I mean, it's a very, very fine start, but those 2 wickets will make a big difference.
Yeah, interesting to see that England, Duckett and Milan here just being a little bit cautious in this final over of the power play. I think that's the right way to go, given that they've lost those 2 wickets in the 5th. Don't squander the good start by losing another one. I think we've got Haris Rauf here has fallen foul of one of the many flying bugs and insects zapping around the place here in Lahore, and he may well have ended up with a mouthful of something he wasn't after. Certainly wasn't oxygen anyway.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery. Nice and straight, hitting the middle stump. And then that run out really pulled Pakistan back. Look at that. I mean, he's almost was at a handshake place, and then he had to return, and not happy so. He was gutted, and rightly so.
Yeah, he played magnificently, hadn't he, Phil Salt, and was in good form, so he was livid. And it was his call, really. Milan didn't really look at his partner, he was ball watching. I think it's excellent that the surface hasn't been substandard. It means we get a contest between two sides who've gone hammer and tong at each other over the course of the last 2.5 weeks. These guys are going hammer and tong at the hot chai. Beautiful repartee moment. So two teams who have gone hard at each other. Shooting for the moon here. Who's going to take the series 4-3?
Worked away on the onside. Haris Rauf missed his length, and batsman capitalizing with a boundary.
It's very difficult to bowl at someone like Duckett. You get offline a little bit because he plays square of the wicket. He allows the ball to come really close to him. Should have been stopped though. Not happy. He bowled a beautiful over. He created that pressure which Pakistan was looking for. Only 4 runs were given in his first over, and good thing is that he's gaining that pace. He's bowled that last delivery almost 148 kilometers an hour. Pace makes a big difference.
Duckett happy to just take one off the final ball of that Rauf over. It's the final ball of the power play. England 57 for 2.
How come he's not playing? We've all been hearing about that he might be playing this game and might be opening for England, but these two openers have done an excellent job. They looked in control, they explored both sides of the pitch, good driving, and then this. Hussain came from the far end and bowled a beautiful over. At least the first few deliveries he bowled extremely well, and then a couple of boundaries went away. But a massive wicket of Salt.
The run rate has been good. The only problem, have lost 2 wickets. And that needless run out. Huge misunderstanding between Salt and David Malan. Costed England big time.
I was talking to Mohammad Rizwan before the game, interviewed back at Sky, and he was talking about his relationship with Bubba and how when running between the wickets they don't even have to call, they just look each other in the eye and they know when to go. That's how that relationship is so good. Oh, reverse. Oh, that's magnificent. It's a masterclass of how to play the unorthodox and make it look perfectly orthodox.
How skillful and Duckett is employing that stroke. It was almost a yorker, but how well he connected that ball and disappeared. Excellent batting.
Doesn't take him long, does it? He normally he'll give himself one ball to the spinner. He'll have one look, play a straight batted stroke, and then it's sweeps all the way.
I think the best way to bowl to Duckett as a spinner is to just keep bowling within stumps and hope that he'll miss one. Because he plays both sides of the pitch and he changes his guard also, there's every chance that he'll miss, because we've seen him in this series getting LBW a few times. So that's the only thing I feel that you can do.
And maybe bowl with a bit of loop, bowl slower, and might be able to wriggle the left-handed batsman who so like to play those reverse sweeps.
No real turn there for Shirab. We are set up for a mammoth contest here. As I was saying before, I think the fact that the surface shouldn't play a massive part one way or the other, that's always the fear, isn't it? You get to a decider and the toss becomes hugely significant. Well, there's been no sign of that yet.
But there is a huge threat due.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, and which is why it's so important that the pitch played well in the first half. Yeah, that's almost a given, isn't it? Brilliant fielding, excellent bit of backup in the field.
Well, he's playing the field, isn't he? There are two men there on the boundary on the offside. There was only a big gap in that extra cover region, and Duckett moved away once again in trying to explore that wonderful fielding. Pakistan do need to bowl really, really well. Malan probably will play an ankle roll just to keep things smooth. 7 gone, 65 for 2.
There's still plenty of batting to come. Plenty of all-rounders there for England side in this particular game. Now, when you talk about due factor, if it takes over, then what the English batsmen need to do is have an insurance of extra 15 or 20 runs. They'll put the opposition under pressure.
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime you're chasing somewhere in the region of 10 and over, batting side is going to be under pressure. It's a winner-take-all game, so they'll also know that Rizwan and Babar are such important wickets that England feel if they get one of those guys out, they're in business. So really important for England that they put enough runs on the board. Oh, wow. So good from Dawid Malan. I think it's just one bounce for Iftikhar, greeted with contempt first ball.
It was premeditated, and the ball landed in the right area for him to take that aerial route over extra cover. A pretty shot, that.
Again, slight misunderstanding, but Duckett was quick enough to get back, and they pick up an overthrow. They might pick up another one. A bit of Billy Smart circus out there for a second, but no harm done.
Well, a totally different contrast to the way Pakistani batsmen, they bat, they favour their own side, most of them. But when you look at the England side, they like to play more toward cover, over the cover, just try to show the full face of the bat, risk-free shots. Apart from this man, he plays all around. No signs of dew at the moment. But we've seen in the previous match, the dew started coming more toward when the first inning, right at the end, 18th over, 19th over, when we saw Cope was struggling with the length he wanted to bowl, and then it just got really wet after that.
Oh, slapped into the gap. Oh, that has scorched the turf on the way to the boundary. What a brilliant stroke that is.
I'm interested to see whether he middled it or not. Bottom of the bat and still raced away. This is incredible.
I think it's the hands, isn't it? It's not the bat. It's just the timing on it.
It was offside again. Iftikhar had been the most economical bowler in the series so far. And he's gone for 12 from 1 now. 77 for 2.
Well, Lahore is looking pretty once again. That's your main boulevard. There's a big market there where you can see more lights. That's called Liberty Market. Very old and classical shopping.
Yeah, it's a city which caters for every need, doesn't it? Beautiful golf courses, excellent restaurants. You can go out and enjoy different cuisines. Love living in this city.
Yeah, the old fort and the mosque were looking resplendent last night over dinner. And it's another sweep. No surprise there. The surprise perhaps is that it hasn't come off the middle of the bat. The thing that isn't shocking is that it reaches the boundary. It's been signalled a wide. There's all sorts of activity there. But it might have hit glove or pad or something. It's hit something. But it's been signalled a wide. So an extra ball.
Well, they're coming around the wicket and trying to create that angle and asking him to hit that sweep shot with the spin. Can be a little risky because it spins very late and can't hit the pad.
Duckett now checking out the gap between the man on the sweep and the man just in front of square on the leg side. Yeah, I thought he was going that way, but it was clever from Shadab. Just took a little pace off it. A little bit of extra loop. He's another one that's a big addition to the Pakistan team. Shadab, he brings an awful amount of spark. That ball and in the field. Pakistan look a better side with him in it. Oh, he's nailed that. That has gone a long, long way.
This is the David Malan we all know. He's finding the touch, read the googly very nicely, and decided very early that this ball is going between mid-wicket and long on. A mighty six, that one.
There's your first $1,000 from Bank Al Fala going towards flood relief. Every six in the match, every six in the series has earned $1,000 to that excellent cause. 50 partnerships up. It's come in just 26 deliveries. Duckett has 21 of them. And Milan 23 from just 10. Shadab will go round the wicket now. Still three men back on the leg side.
Last couple of overs been good for England. Yielded quite a few runs in these 2 overs. Have a look at that six again. Right from the middle of the bat. Got the elevation, cleared everything.
Yeah, those long levers, isn't it? And also the follow through, going with the shot. What about this one? What about this one? Beautiful. This was a snorter. It was flat and it just went all the way. Brilliant hit.
Well, the Union Jack has found a customer out there in the stands. This one didn't quite make it to the stands, but Ben Duckett's been working on this. He knows that spin bowlers are going to try and stop him from sweeping. He knows that they're going to have mid-off up because of that fact. So he's worked hard at banging it down the ground. Another grand to flood relief. 2 in the over. Bank Al Fala, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ben Duckett and Dawid Malan. That's the end of the ninth, 97 for 2.
Yeah, timely partnership. Lost 2 quick wickets, but these 2 guys came out and batted with authority.
32 from the last 2 overs. Milan and Duckett both just took it easy once the second wicket went down in the power play. Got themselves in. It's in the air. I think it's going to land safe. And they've just eased the foot down on the accelerator now.
Yeah, the idea was right to go extra cover, but Iftikhar on that occasion was clever. Pulled it slower and with a bit of loop, and that's why you can see a convincing stroke from Duckett.
Again, you've got that wide angle between extra cover and the man at long off, which encourages the batter to just hit it straight through there for 4. Here's a look at Ben Duckett on the sweep. That was a very productive reverse. You've got every manner of sweep you can imagine. He can play them right-handed, left-handed, fine, square, in front of square, you name it.
How annoying for a bowler. How annoying. 100 on the board. End the 10th over for the loss of 2 wickets.
You know, the strike rates against spin in the series, Duckett's right up there. Shan Masoon, perhaps surprisingly, is right up there at the top, but he has played extremely well against the slow bowlers. Rizwan, as you'd expect, is right up there as well.
Can be misleading, these starts at times.
Another extra cover. Man is much wider now at long off, so they'll only get 1.
Duckett not in the World Cup squad. Amazing, isn't it?
No,
you might just sneak him in, Birch, in your team maybe.
I'm trying to pick an 11 for England, a first 11 for their first game against Afghanistan. I mean, it's not straightforward. Oh, Rizwan! Oh, Mohammad Rizwan! Hands like lightning, and that is a really big wicket for Pakistan. Iftikhar strikes, but all of the plaudits need to go down to Rizwan.
Presence of mind, smarts of the game. Rizwan, we all know that how capable he is behind the stumps. This one bounced and came really to his right hand, and watch that. Wow, great job, excellent job. Now Pakistan was searching for this wicket. They badly needed this wicket. No way he's going to come back. That's wonderful keeping. Great work. Duckett's got to go. I think he's run out because the ball was grabbed from the stump, from the front of the stumps. Anyway, Pakistan will take it. He scored 30. It's 101 for 3 now.
Just the 23 years of age. Harry Brook, strike rate already above 150 in his 11 matches so far, this one being the 11th. He has played quite magnificently. I think he was one of the first names down on my team sheet for England's 11 in their opening game against Afghanistan. He will get off the mark first ball. A timely wicket for Pakistan. We reach the halfway point of the first innings of this deciding game. England are 102 for 3, and it's time for everybody to have a drink.
The action resumes here. We have a look at the wickets. Alex here is the first to fall. It was quick. It was within the stumps from Hasnain. And a bizarre run out. Salt almost running way into Milan. Couldn't get back on time. A wonderful throw from Shadab. Back-to-back wickets, a score of 39. And then Duckett. Electric from Rizwan behind the stumps. We had a good partnership going, Duckett and Milan. And England will be happy with this. In spite of losing 3 wickets at the halfway mark, they sit comfortable. More than comfortable, I'd say, at 102 for 3. Down the wicket straight away.
Well, if you just go back to that dismissal of Ben Duckett, very swift reactions from Rizwan. I mean, Duckett didn't quite realise where the ball had gone, that's the thing. Big bottom edge into the ground. Just needed to go a little further away from the keeper. The keeper is brilliant.
Very important breakthrough for Pakistan. He's a dangerous player. He was well set. He was 30 of 19 deliveries, and what an effort from Rizwan. Presence of mind is so important.
Excellent game awareness, excellent presence of mind. I'm sure he had a look at Duckett from the corner of his eye, and Duckett, as you mentioned, David, probably didn't quite know where the ball went when the under edge was taken. England will be happy with this. Moeen Ali has spoken about this, Josh Butler has spoken about this, the intent, the approach, and they've got the quality to back that intent and approach. Summer obviously didn't go according to plan in the white ball game for England, but they'd be happy with this as they build momentum into the World Cup.
As long as there are no more stupid run-outs, they'll be a little bit happier. I mean, what's gone on really for the last 7 matches is there's been a bit of experimentation. They've found out a lot about their players. There have been ups and downs, there's been brilliance, there have been flaws, there's been all sorts of things.
There is a man there. Will he take this? No, he doesn't. Excellent shot from Brook, used his feet and managed to get a big 6.
Yeah, Kustil couldn't quite get round there in time, and the ball just had enough carry on it anyway. This is one of the things that England really have discovered. When I say one of the things, Harry Brook, because that innings, for instance, in Karachi, the 85 from 35 earlier in the tournament, that was match number 3, showed just exactly what he can do, and shots like that are just lovely to see.
I think it's the England mindset of batting. They were 3 wickets down, although they were going 10 and over. And then Brooks comes and look at him, plays this shot. He's backed up his ability to play with the spin inside out. There was a fielder there in the boundary as well, and he cleared it easily.
Yeah, single to finish off. The 11th. England 1-1-3 for 3.
Yeah, good for Milan to be in the runs tonight as well. He's had a few ups and downs himself over the course of these 7 matches. He's one of the men who's very much inked in for the England World Cup squad. You'll note there's no Ben Duckett, who's had such a good series here, but of course the squad was picked, well, both squads were picked before this series got underway. Various people coming in like Chris Jordan. Ben Stokes, of course, will be part of it. And of course one hopes that Josh Butler will actually get a game. They've looked after him fitness-wise.
Good trip for Josh Butler. 7 games, just chilled about. Around,
what are you trying to say, Wes? He's been masterminding things from the boundary edge.
Is he though?
I mean, they've obviously looked after that calf strain of his. And what's interesting also is just the sheer intensity of the schedules, because 7 matches here, matches against official T20I matches against Australia coming up, and the warm-up games to the World Cup. Pakistan against New Zealand in about 20 minutes time before the game's over. That's what it feels like. There is a lot going on.
And it's just what it is for players to come back day in and day out and repeat performances at that intensity. It's not easy. Gave himself room early.
And that's what's good about this particular match as well, because with the series standing 3-3, it just adds something extra as an incentive to both teams. And you've got that incentive as a team, so you want to win the series. You've got incentives as individuals, because, and Malan is one of those who would just like a big score from somewhere. 20s and 30s are okay in this short form of the game, but you want those 50s and 60s and more if you can.
Looks a good pitch. When you look at the pitch straight away, it appears that the ball probably will stop or probably will turn, but nothing so far. And obviously there's a dew factor as well, bit of dew already, and it looks slightly, you can see the shine on it as well. So when I talk about dew, what dew does, it binds the pitch and ball comes nicely on the bat on even pace. And this is like I said during the break, Super Swapper came out. A lot of bugs around, and I think he swallowed one.
Early supper.
A good over so far. Just the 4 singles off it. Perfect opportunity also for Pakistan to record a T20 series win. They have won a one-off T20. They call it series, but a series has to be probably a sequence of events, so not really a series. But in the 7 match, everything to play for, and it'll be fantastic if Pakistan can pull it off at home. Big crowd in once again tonight.
Yeah, it'll be a huge confident boost for Pakistan if they win either side, I suppose. And of course, Pakistan have tried a lot of batters for middle order and tried different combinations. Inside out, ooh, drop catch by the skipper. At extra cover, he was firmly hit.
Yeah, he generates some pace. That just burst through his hands. Back yourself to take these catches at this level. He didn't really have to move, slightly above his shoulder. It's one of those that didn't stick. The crowd's ecstatic, isn't it?
Tabish is taking it really seriously.
Book him in for therapy later.
That's gone through. That's gone through everyone. Into the advertising cushions. Not ideal end for Iftikhar's over. 4 byes to end 9 off the over. England 122 for 3.
Excellent over before that delivery. I mean, he's only conceded runner ball, 5 runs, and the last ball was a rare mistake by Rizwan behind the stumps. Nawaz 1 over 12, Hasnan 16 in his 2 with 1 wicket. Asim was expensive, 15 in his 1. Rauf again consistent. 2 overs, 13 runs. He pulled back a bit. Shadab is quite expensive, 13 economy rate. And then Iftikhar 3 for 22, no wicket.
Couple of run-outs and just the 1 wicket to Hasnan's name. A bit of headless chicken running there in the middle from England. But they've managed to recover from that. And if they keep going at the rate that they are, they will cross 200. 203 is the projected score at the moment. Wasim Jr. to replace Shadab. It's been interesting because both countries, good spinners on either side, Moeen and Rash on the England side, Nawaz and Shadab. And if you have a look at this graphic here, the England spinners haven't really attacked the stumps as much. as the Pakistan spinners. And Pakistan spinners is this image now, where you just see them targeting the stumps. And this is the way to bowl on these wickets here in Pakistan. They have picked up 14 wickets, the Pakistan spinners amongst themselves. England just the 7 from their spinners, having one of the best, Adil Rashid, in there as well.
Yeah, Rashid is very much a key man of the side. He's been more expensive and less productive in the wicket taking in this series, and we've seen for most of his output in the last few years. I mean, part of this reflects the different styles. You've got the finger spinners. The finger spinners are going to aim at the stumps more often anyway. The leg spinner will try the varieties, the leg spin, the googlies, the top spin, the whole thing. So you'll see that slightly greater range. I mean, what was it, the game 4 nights ago now, the first game in Lahore, Pakistan spinners were on a roll. I mean, they seem to be unplayable on the same pitch as they're using tonight, but the pitch is playing differently on this particular occasion. And England really got stuck against them. So that was the value. I mean, yes, wickets always are important, whether it's pace or spin. If you can pick up wickets any stage of a T20 game, just helps slow things down. We know that. And certainly worked the other night. But then, you know, the England seamers that night were the ones who firstly dominated the game with the short ball. Then you had spin for some reason dominating even in the latter part of the game. So just a weird concoction.
Nicely played. Just for the 1. Plenty of options to watch this live telecast and broadcast. Official live streaming partner is ARY Zap in Pakistan. You can download the ARY Zap application or visit their website aryzap.com. I'm sure plenty of people will be tuned in from all around to see this decider. Just under 10 the run rate now at the moment from England. Put away, nice style. Once again, excellent from Milan.
Not a great delivery with this kind of field set. He's had the fine leg up in the circle. He's offside kind of packed, and you just ball back of a length, down leg side, asking for trouble. Another boundary for Milan.
Yeah, Milan's got some good rhythm tonight. I think he's looked his happiest out of all these 7 matches tonight.
That's played nicely. Oh, that is a complete mess up by Hasnain. Overran it. Not happy. Not happy, Mohammad Wasim. 12 of the over. England 134 for 3.
Yes, get your apology in now. Nothing behind it. Neither hands nor a big boot. Nobody watching, of course, so it's fine.
Looks so uncoordinated when he's out there fielding. Hasnain, he's a tremendous cricketer as far as bowling concerned. Very average fielding at this particular moment.
Rammies will have seen that.
.41 from Milan, looking to get a good score here. The partnership now 33 of 20, and the last over from Wasim going for 2 boundaries to finish off. Has been hit hard just for the single. Yeah, not the most pleasant of pictures for Hasnain here. He's just overrun this. Has to be a little bit more aware. It is slightly slippery out there, but you've got to get something behind the ball. That's just not good enough.
It is a horrible feeling, isn't it, for a fielder? I mean, you know exactly what you've done wrong. Fractions of a second ahead of everyone else. And all you can feel is sort of 20,000 eyes boring into the back of your head going, why on earth did you do that? Not to mention your colleague at the other end who's just conceded 4 runs off his bowling analysis.
Once again, a good over here. It just seems to have died down a little bit. The English onslaught. It's been courtesy some good bowling as well.
They're still going 10 and over. They have 7 wickets in hand, and after this 6 overs to go. Here we go. Let's have a look. That's huge. That's big. That's gone for the maximum. What a shot.
Well, just as I say it, Harry Brook decides to change momentum once again, using his long levers. I don't think he quite got it right on the middle, but that's still gone a very long way. Fired in from Iftikhar, another massive hit.
56 meters, that's a huge hit. And he didn't middle it. Imagine if he would have been middled it, this probably would have gone to DHA phase 5.
Well, one of the things we know about Harry Brook from the last year or two is everything we've seen of him is that he's just confident in himself, that he knows when to go hard, he knows what's on, he plays shots all around the wicket.
Up and over. What a fantastic shot that is. It's pure timing and pure class from this youngster. 14 done, 146 for 3.
Look at that. He's a special talent, no doubt about it. Straighter delivery, inside out, no problem whatsoever. One bounce into the fence. So 12 runs from the over. 146 for 3 England now.
Yeah, really good example of how to get inside out. It's all to do with the hands, all to do with the timing. Go a fraction of a second early, you don't get that clean contact.
Yeah, England's racing away with this. 146 in 14, 6 overs to go. There's plenty of high-rise buildings in that graphic. Milan 42, he's racing away with this. Brook is there, upping the ante. So glorious cover drive up and over the inner ring. Last ball off the previous over. The speedster Hasnain comes back into the attack.
Well, Hasnain, the man with the boot that missed, and fielding an extra cover, saving runs off his bowling. Say thanks. Now, one of the highlights of the evening is this power challenge, the power wash challenge. Extraordinary. It's always the same wash, you know, red, whites and blues all mixed in there. I mean, that's just against all the rules. But the machine is brilliant, and the power in these days of energy shortages. I mean, it's just extremely innovative.
Have you received yours yet?
It's on the ship.
Oh, he went for that. He backs himself to play that shot. He'll feel he missed out on connection. With fine leg up in the circle, the shot was on. It's another...
So what happens when you play that shot like Brook? So as a bowler or as a captain of the fielding side, you want to take, you definitely take the fine leg back. So there's one fielder is wasted there because Brook is not going to play that shot again. That's why this lap shot is very important in this format.
He goes again, doesn't connect. Surely not where he wanted the ball to go. And it's the evolution of modern T20 batters where you almost have to be able to play 360. You have to be able to evolve and innovate according to the situation. Not just like that.
I'll bet you he couldn't do this again if he tried. It's like a snooker cue. He's used the tip. Okay, he wanted 4 or 6. He's got 1.
Yeah, and in process, he's ended up hitting himself. And we'll go through the procedure of the necessary concussion test and the protocols, making sure he's all right, the helmet's all right.
He'll be fine. At the chairman's box, paying full attention. We saw that sign earlier. You know, Rami's doing a great job as chairman of PCB. Always welcome, of course, in commentary boxes. Just to come and join us at some stage. But this has been a real success. I mean, one thing I'd like to say is it's been a fantastic success to get this tour up and running, for England to come and play these 7 matches, for the various boards, the 2 boards, to build bridges. So that has all gone exceptionally well, which is very, very good news. And of course, just to remind everyone that the England Test team will be here in December for those 3 Test matches as well. We're continuing to build relations between these 2 countries and these 2 cricket boards. And in the meantime, the competition on the field tonight has hotted up rather nicely. England would appear to have the advantage so far, but in this game, you never know.
Short and effective. We haven't seen much of that tonight. Was a little bit input on that.
Short deliveries are very important. You can't be just predictable as a fast bowler. Look at this, he wasn't expecting it, Malan, and dot ball. Especially early on, you take a chance as a bowler like Wood did against Pakistan a couple of games he played. He rattled them with a short delivery, and the Pakistani bowlers got pace. I mean, last delivery was 140 kilometers an hour.
Hasnain's got the pace. Still young into his international career. You see him wanting him to do a little bit more of that. Good glove from Rizwan, stopped a certain boundary. And like you mentioned, was you want to rattle the opposition batters. You mentioned Wood did it to Pakistan twice in a row when he played the 2 games. And with somebody who's got pace, you want him to unleash almost, especially with the new ball, want him to try stuff.
Nothing is happening, that should be the plan B. At least 1 and over. You have a chance. Okay, you might get hit for 4 or 6, but at least you have a chance to get a wicket as well. That's a gamble you got to take as a bowler.
Effective once again. 15 done, England 149 for 3.
Malan, the mainstay for England at the moment, 43 from 29. Some nice cameos from all of England's batters so far. And Pakistan have just kept chipping away. This partnership now 48 from 32 between Brook and Malan. Haris Rauf back into the attack. He has been superb. None for 13 from 2 in the midst of the carnage in the power play.
Haris Rauf normally comes into ball the 18th and the 20th over. I think Babar's looking for a wicket. He need to break this partnership, which is 48 of 33 deliveries. Is so crucial to just get rid of one of these and just bowl a couple of cheap overs. Previous overs was a very good one. Hasnain only gave away 3 runs. They need 1 or 2 good overs here.
He's clothed it, and clothed it to the extent that it doesn't make it all the way out there to long on. 150 up.
And Haris was introduced in the power play. He came and bowled that 4th over, and it did break up the game. Bowled a terrific over, just gave 4 runs, and in the end it was Hasnain who profited. He got a wicket. There was also a run out in the the next over and almost put a little sort of a span where England was set back. Now again, he's brought back because he's done it so well, so often. He's brought back to again be that game breaker.
Slow ball, and that has gone straight up in the air. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Baba had brought Haris Rauf back on early to pick up the wicket. Rauf very nearly provided it for him, but the skipper's grasped an absolute dolly.
How good was the delivery? A very good slow delivery. I think he just took it a little casually. Babar Azam, he thought he's got it, he's in control, but then dropped it. How costly will that be? Wow.
Yeah, superb yet again from Haris Rauf. That slow one, on point. He's done everything brilliantly.
Opens the blade. Excellent work. At backward point, saves an almost certain boundary. It's not the first time Baba's been guilty. Struck down Milan on 29. And this will really hurt him. It will sting Pakistan because, as Waqar was saying, he brought Haris Rauf back on expressly to take a wicket here, to try and stop England in their tracks before the final charge. And the plan almost worked. Slow ball seems to fox everybody. Waqar, what makes it so good? Arm speed?
Yeah, especially from Haris. Haris got a very, very good slow delivery. This one wasn't a slow one. This was a quicker delivery. Good thinking by Haris because he saw Brooks moving way out of his crease, going backward. Just followed him. Yes, he went for wide, but I think not a bad thinking. But this slow delivery, he bowls that off cutter, but he releases this very, very late. There you go, another beautiful delivery. Nicely rolling his fingers on top of the seam or maybe the middle of the ball. There you go, lovely delivery.
There isn't a single England batter that's picked it. I mean, the point of bowling the slow ball is to try and get the batters to start the downswing early. And you see the modern players, they often are able to check and they pick the ball, but with Haris Rauf, they never seem to pick it. Always the downswing has already begun, and when they realise it's a slow ball, it's too late. A scream of anguish from somewhere on the ground. It might have been Baba. 154 for 3. Oh, here's the series so far. It all comes down to the last game. Match 7 here in Lahore. You get teams swap punches back and forth in those first 4 games before Pakistan then won consecutive matches. England then won the 6th emphatically here on Friday night. And the whole thing has built up to a crescendo here on a Sunday evening in sultry Lahore. England losing the toss this time. I think Moeen Ali won 5 out of 6 prior to game 7. Baba won this evening, had no hesitation in saying that they would have a chase, and they're going to have one on their hands. 154 for 3. 4 overs yet to go and 2 set batters in. Mohamed Wasim. Yep. They've definitely been brushing up, these three. His life is way too short. Sensitive teeth. What have you made of Wasim Jr., Baz? Does he impress you?
He keeps coming back. He's got a great temperament in the way that he does get hit, but he keeps coming back. He knows his strengths is that Yorker and the slow one, and I think he's one of the guys Pakistan look to close out innings. Haris Rauf, yes, that box is ticked.
Up and over. He's just got enough of that, Dawid Malan, and he rather scythed it over the top of extra cover. It was a good effort in the end because the ball was quite full and he had to get underneath it. Another boundary for the England left-hander.
Don't go there, Wasim, because that's his zone. That's the area he really likes. He likes to play cover drive. He likes to go over the top, and when you give him the ball in that region, you're asking for trouble. That's beautifully hit. He should have just learned it from Haris.
50 up for Dawid Malan. It's been a relatively lean series for him, given his high standards. But that is a welcome one in a big game here. 13th in T20 internationals to go with a century. And he has been England's Mr. Consistent. And the strike rate isn't bad either.
Muted sort of celebration. He knows that now is the time to really keep going and up the ante. Last couple of overs, Pakistan have kept England quiet. And there's been a lot of that. Plays and misses. That sort of slow one into the pitch.
Yeah, it's the first time, I think, in the series when Harry Brook has been there for any length of time that he's showed any sort of frustration or a struggle to find the middle of the bat. Now, there is a man who hasn't struggled to find the middle of the bat. Mohammad Rizwan, 315. Babar Azam, 281. So much will rest upon their shoulders in the run chase. He finds a gap there. It's hit ferociously hard with minimum effort. Excellent fielding from Kushtil. Pakistan, despite those 2 catches, have generally been good in the field. There's that little error down at third man. Hasnain letting one go. Tickets have been hard to come by. They have been much sought after, let me tell you. Those that are in are having a whale of a time. Oh, he's picked it up. That's gone a long way, many a mile back. It's a poor delivery from Wasim, and that's a great finish to the over for England. 14 from it, 168 for 3.
Well, every time the pace has been offered to these 2 batsmen, they have really made the most of it. On that occasion, the pace was there, the length was just perfect for Brooks to just play that wristy flick, and he never meant to keep it down. That will get him going. Although he's going at 145.83, but for his standards, I feel that he'd be not happy with the effort so far.
Anything under 200, Pakistan will be really satisfied in coming back into this game. Hasnain now interested with the 18th over. These are big overs now in terms of where England finish up and in terms of how Pakistan then chase down, because we've seen, especially here in Lahore, that it's become quite easy batting second when there's a bit of due formation.
Oh, that's struck him a nasty blow. Yeah, Malan's going to go down here. might have hit him at first in the chest and then maybe up in the grill. It certainly seems to have winded Dawid Malan, hence the pumping of the legs.
Ali was expecting a little bit of pace on that delivery. He played that shot way too early, got a bit of glove and then into the ribs. Yeah, the eyes were off the ball. It's very hard to judge when you sort of bowl that mid-pitch and look to just roll your fingers on the ball. That must have hurt.
Is that slower again? That cutter again?
Well, when the cutters are working, why do you need to bowl quickly? Save energy and bowl like that. That's a little quick. Let him keep guessing. Apart from one over, I thought Hasnain bowled beautifully. He picked up a big wicket early on and then he's just come back and doing the job for the team.
Athletics track on the top left-hand side of the screen there. This is the national hockey pitch, bottom left. Sporting flavour here in Lahore. Yeah, one of the advantages perhaps of bowling second, obviously the obvious disadvantage of Dew, is that you get to watch the opposition bowlers and see what works and what doesn't. Happy smiling faces everywhere. It's a sight and a scene that at times you might have thought we wouldn't see in Pakistan. Pace on wide.
Over the years, Hasnain have definitely improved a lot. He's played all around the world. He went and played in Australia, in the Caribbean, and learning the art quickly. Good pace, is tall.
Cutter, but it's misdirected. And Malan doesn't miss.
Yeah, a slight bit of length also provided. It's not completely back of the length. It's slightly fuller and slightly down the leg side. He picks that up nicely. And its slow one is just helped on its way. The one that's mid-pitch, the short, slow one, or even the quick, short one has been the problem, the issue here in Lahore.
Well, so far this pitch has played quite nicely. If you got a good slower one and you bowl, as Basil was saying, that mid-pitch, you always cause problem.
Short and hooked away. Oh, that's gone for 6. What a strike. Dawid Malan was waiting for that. Hasnain can only shake his head.
Pace on again. He got hit earlier, very similar delivery in the ribs, and this time he kept his eyes really on the ball and made sure that he just go over the top. He didn't mean to hit it down. Went long way.
This is really deep in the crease. He's very good at that pull shot. He likes the ball back of a length. That was pace on, but he set himself up with being extremely deep in the crease.
Pakistan will now have to chase the highest score to win a T20 international here at Gaddafi Stadium. Previous best was 176, Pakistan against Zimbabwe, all the way back in 2015. "13 deliveries left, and England push on beyond 200.
Haven't seen any Yorkers from the Pakistani fast bowlers. They have bowled those slow deliveries. Yes, they were good, but no real Yorker we have seen.
Short again. This time Milan had to check his stroke. It was a slower delivery. He will keep the strike. It's another good over for England. 14 from it, 182 for 3.
th 50 for Milan, and as we know, times the ball so well. The offside, we played the spinners well today, launching them over mid-wicket, extra cover, square leg. That sort of region is so good. A very good square of the wicket. The offside and all of that square. It's big 6 over mid-wicket. Yeah, just missing 1 6 over square leg just now, previous over.
Right, 2 overs to go. Haris Ralph has 1 of them, and as is customary, he'll bowl the 19th. You can forget the 19th over in game 4 back in Karachi. Seems like a while ago. 4 men back on the leg side. Oh, it's come out of the middle of the bat, but it's gone vertical. Mohammed Wasim puts it down. Puts it down. Once again, the hands of Pakistani fielders letting them down. It went up many, many a mile, but he had plenty of time to get underneath it. Oh dear.
How much more time you need to get under the ball? This one almost went onto the moon. Another beautiful delivery. It happened twice to Haris Rao. He should have taken like 3 or 4 wickets by now. It was in the air for a long, long time. Oopsie.
Not out, I don't think. Haris Ralph is a serious bowler at the death. The Yorker goes in. Wacker wanted a Yorker. There it is, and they're going to have a look upstairs.
Third umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I have checked front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a front foot? Can I have a front on spin vision, please? Ball is close to the bat. Let's confirm with Aldridge. Keep rolling, keep rolling. I can see a gap between bat and ball. Roll through the pad. Satisfied? No bat involved. You can move on to ball tracking when it's ready.
It's not ready as yet. Some are yellow. Ball yellow mix. Another look at this.
Waiting for the ball tracking, gents.
Even the players are open. Ball tracking is ready. Ready. Off 1. Roll off 1 and mix.
Original decision not out. Pitching outside leg. Go back to the on-field umpire. Essen. You can stay with your original decision. Not out on screen now.
Ahsan Raza on field. Those of you that know will know that the ball pitching outside the leg stump cannot be given out LBW. And for those of you who didn't, you do now. Haris Ralph probably went upstairs just out of anger at the fact that another catch had been dropped off his bowling. Now, what does he go this time? Field is back on the leg side. They're looking for that Harry Brook scoop shot. Will he go slower ball? Will he go Yorker? Yorker. Excellent. So good.
Well, this is gold at this time of the game. This was a straightforward catch. Babar Azam was right on the circle. Again, Babar Azam there. A couple of catch went down, which is probably easiest of the catches. Yeah, a lot of frustration for this man. He bowled beautifully. It's just that unlucky that the fielders didn't really help him.
Well, been a good over so far, just 4 from it. Slow ball again, and again the bat swing is way too early.
And whenever it's come back into the attacks, almost as when England are going really well, and look at his figures. He's almost gone, well, less than a run a ball now. That slow one is worked a treat, and how Pakistan missed him the day before. Even in 186 for 3, he's going under 6 runs per over.
Slow ball, Malan gets a piece of it, but not where he wanted. Out to one of the 4 men on that leg side boundary. It's superlative stuff from Haris Rauf. And this could be the difference between Pakistan chasing 205, 210, or just 200. And we've seen them chase that down once before in this series.
The power play, I think he knocked back 7 or 8 runs, even 10 runs, because of that over that he produced in the 4th over of the innings. Now he's knocked back maybe 5 runs again.
Brook looks to give himself room on the leg side. It drops safely. There's another fumble out there in the outfield, but England settle for 2. That has been a very fine spell from Haris Rauf. His 4 overs only costing 24. That 19th only going for 7. It's 189 for 3. Mohammad Waseem has not had the best night of it so far. Drop catch and has gone for 41 from 3. He's got to bowl the last over here. The first one goes out of the park. The first one has gone. And he is really under the pump now.
How good was that sound? He knew exactly what Mohammad Waseem is going to do. That slow delivery, bit too full on the legs. It's not Haris Rauf, it's Mohammad Waseem, and that one went far away.
Another $1,000. Bank Kalfala donates for the flood relief. Second delivery now. Goes back, slices it away through the gap. That's gone for 4.
No, you're just under so much pressure, aren't you? First ball of the over disappears out of the park for 6. You're striving for a dot ball, looking for that Yorker. You can't fault the thinking, although with 2 men up inside the circle at 3rd man, you perhaps wanted it to be more at the stumps than wide of them.
I think Mohammad Waseem was under pressure before he started this over, because he dropped the catch and he's just asked to bowl the last over straight away. And he's hasn't got that much experience of bowling on this sort of pitch and this sort of batsman.
3rd man again, they will run. Harry Brook will get on strike. And all that hard work, all that good work by Haris Rauf has almost been undone in the first 3 deliveries. 3 balls left, England have 200. Well, you certainly will once this one's done. Pakistan will go off to New Zealand before the World Cup. England will be heading to Perth, and then we'll all be back here again in December for the 3-match Test series. slower ball. Brook goes down the ground, he goes downtown, and that is out of here as well. 100 partnership comes up of just 62 deliveries. And Mohammad Wasim must want the ground to open up and swallow him right now.
Big game, a big player playing a big inning. 17 already been scored of 4 deliveries, still 2 balls to go. Yep, that's the right impression.
Looks for the sweep, but I think it's only a leg by. Or did Harry Brook manage to get a piece of bat on it? He did. So 1 ball left then. Pakistan will need to go at above 10 runs per over. Harry Brook with the beautiful bat swing, launching that one into the night. Moeen enjoyed it. Gets the Yorker in. Milan will look for 2. They come back for a couple. And Pakistan will need 210 runs to win the match and the series. That has been quite brilliant batting from England once again. All those middle order players with the strike rates above 140, some above 150, have accelerated England away to that total of 209 for 3. Had it not been for Haris Rauf, they may well have ended up with 220, who knows, 230. Such was his excellence with the ball. Milan finishes with 78 from 47. Brook 46 from 29. Their partnership 108 for the 4th wicket. England had plenty of batting resources left. I don't think you could accuse them of not having gone hard enough throughout the course of that innings. And we are now set up for a pulsating second half in this 7th T20 international.
Well, when you don't take your chances, when you don't grab your catches, this can happen. Wonderful inning by Milan, 78 of 47 delivery. Brook was not the normal Brook we have seen in this series. Still scored 46 of 29, 209 for 3. Could have been easily, as Butch said, to 30, maybe more. A little partnership up at the top with Hales and Salt, and then Duckett and Brooks and Milan, they all chipped in and put up a very, very fine total.
And Pakistan suffered, but you look at Haris Rauf. Start of the show, 4 overs, none for 24, had a couple of catches dropped. Shadab Iftikhar all travelled. But we'll just go to Zainab, who has a special guest.
Thanks, Baz. Joss Butler is next to me. Joss, you've been watching everything from the sidelines. What do you evaluate the performance of the England side overall in the series? How do you look at it?
Yeah, I've been really pleased. I think we've played some really good cricket. Some young guys such as Harry Brook just looked at home in the international environments, played some eye-catching innings. And I think we've been quite consistent throughout the whole 7 games, which has been really pleasing.
In terms of depth in your squad, it's almost like an embarrassment of riches because you've got so many options. Phil Salt played really well in the previous game as well. So looking ahead into that World Cup, how will you sort of accommodate everyone?
Yeah, I think it's a really good problem to have as a coach and a captain. Those selection headaches, that's usually the sign of good teams when you've got a really strong squad and it's tough to pick that final 11. So certainly lots of guys who've been putting their hand up, as you say, throughout this tour. We've got a few guys who'll join us in Australia coming back from injuries or having been rested. So yeah, things are looking good and we're excited for what's going to be a big month ahead.
You're obviously playing Australia next as well, so that'll give you an opportunity to further sort of know exactly the 11 that you're coming up with in the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely, and obviously conditions will be different to what we're facing here in Australia, so we'll have to be smart about that and adapt and select sides based on what we need in Australia.
What about your own fitness? When are we seeing you in action once again?
Yeah, in Australia, I think it's been frustrating not to be able to get on the park here, but we've been taking things quite cautiously. I feel like I'm back to sort of full fitness. Just need to get out there and get through a game.
Well, everybody's been stepping up at the right time. Saw David Milan today. Harry Brook's been amazing. Phil Salt, what do you make of the target?
I think it's a really good score. It's obviously Great to have those runs on the board. I think the dew will play a bit of a part. If it gets very wet, that can be tricky to grip the ball, and that'll be a challenge for the seamers and the spinners. But I think we've had some great games throughout the whole series, and I'm sure this will be a tight one as well.
Well, thank you so much for your thoughts, and all the best for this one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Pakistan require 210 to win the game and the series, and we'll have that chase on the other side.
जो भी पाया आपा मेहनता तो खट्टे आए नी किसे तोड़ा मंगे ना ठगे आए जी किसे तोड़ा रोक के सोना मैनू लोकी आख देने जड़े ओते रोकना ने नस पे नी इधर गेम है कि शुक आपा गेम दे करामी तुसा गेम दे न्याणे छोटे लोग स्टेज ते चढ़ा के हुण अग भी बालती हुण चिंगारी चाड़ती छोटे लोग असा स्टेज ते चढ़ा के हुण अग भी तारती हुण चिंगारी चाड़ती छोटे लोग
So we are at the halfway stage of this final match in the Bank Al Falah presents Dafa News T20 I Series between England and Pakistan. Third game in a row at the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. And tonight England were asked to set a target, and they've taken to the task with some alacrity. 209 for 3 they finished on at the end of their 20 overs. Another rapid start from Sultan Hales. David Malan's best score of the series by some distance. and consistent performances again from Duckett and Brook, both of whom have shown this good form at earlier stages of this series. But they started at a good pace, they kept the pace up, and they finished it off in style at England. This partnership between Milan and Brook, 108 from just 64 balls. First half century of this series for Milan. Brook has shown previously, for instance in Karachi in game 3, just how good he is at scoring all around the wicket. But both of them found the boundary with sometimes ridiculous ease. Just see how far that one goes as one really good example. Pure timing, timing with power. And so the two of them saw it through to the end of the 20 overs. And that 210 that Pakistan need now to win the game and win the series will take some getting. Goes without saying, Pakistan will need an equally brisk start, if they possibly can, from Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. But the stage is certainly set for a grand finish here. It's been a successful series all round. The fact that the teams were tied 3-3 in the series after 6 matches, setting up this final game as a decider, was maybe not intended, but it certainly worked out beautifully. You'll never catch the spider, Sam. You're not that tall, son. You're not that tall. But England have certainly, as I say, set a testing target here. They will be very pleased indeed with that first part of the game. They just need to finish it off now. Finish off this successful series, the successful cricketing and political visit to Pakistan with a win. Now, in terms of successful run chases for Pakistan, we saw one of them earlier in the series, that 200 unbeaten partnership between the same two batsmen who will open tonight, Babar Azam and Rizwan. That was in Karachi, of course. They have chased 2 higher targets previously, 204, 208. One again in Karachi, one in South Africa. But this would be the best of the lot. This is the tallest order of the lot. And with Amir and Vakar alongside me. How optimistic are we feeling, Vakar?
Look, I need to see the first 6 overs closely, because you can't afford to lose too many wickets, and they also got to score at a good rate. I think once you're chasing somewhere over 200, you always look at the first 6 overs, the power play. And of course, same goes for England also. They know that they're going to come hard early on, and there is a chance that they'll pick up wickets. But I am quietly confident these two are in good form, and if they give a good start, we have a chance. Maybe a little one, but we have.
Well, the key word, as ever, is the if, a little small big word that's so vital in these things. But we see some extraordinary things in T20 eyes, and we've certainly seen some extraordinary performances from these two over the last couple of years. They're incredibly highly ranked in this form of the game. Well, Vakar is quietly confident with a big if. Amir?
For me, these two openers, they have to forge a formidable partnership, because what we have seen in this series, Pakistani middle order has subsided limply on a number of occasions. So if there is a good opening partnership like Vakar suggested, they have to score runs at a brisk pace. That will give Pakistani team a chance to this one. But they really have to play out of their skins to be able to achieve that.
Well, as long as you don't mind me saying that I think England are just favourites. Or maybe strongly favourites.
A bit more than favourites, I think.
Anyway, it's Mohammad Rizwan to face the first ball, standing a good foot or so or more outside his crease. Chris Wokes to deliver it. And a bit of a damp squib as movement behind the arm caught the eye of Rizwan. Unless he's seen dear old Spider. I mean, that Spider that Sam Curran was trying to chase off the field a couple of minutes ago. I don't know whether Spider was catching his eye line. One ball, one dot.
One thing in favour of the Pakistani team is still a very good pitch. The ball is sliding onto the bat. And you put value for your strokes as well, because the outfield is lightning quick.
And the running is quick as well between these two. We've seen that all the way through this series. Very good understanding, which comes from being a partnership that's well established. They know each other fabulously well, and that dab and run is always good for one. Well, it's not a bad likeness.
This man is going to be very, very crucial in this chase.
It's quite a big night for Chris Woakes as well. If you put it in perspective, what he's basically not done this year, he's hardly played any cricket. Had injury problems early in the year, basically a summer off back in the UK. He's in this squad here and for the World Cup for England. A couple of run-outs, high appearances in this series. But for him personally, a strong finish would be a very, very good thing.
Slip has been removed.
Down the gap. First boundary of this innings. That was typical, absolutely typical of Babar.
Always enjoyable when you see a batsman on driving the ball into the gap effortlessly. Babar Azam off the mark in style, just clipping the ball from the off stump. Delightful.
Well, Woakes were looking for a bit of swing there. The first ball swung. This one did not do anything, and it was easy picking for Babar. Babar is so strong on the onside as well as on the offside. Keeps it very simple. Got a really good base. Drives the ball really well.
Yeah, he's had a very, very good series, has Babar Azam. A couple of times where Mark Wood works him out pretty quickly with some very fast bowling and a couple of short balls. One ended up third man, one up deep square leg. Apart from that, he's been in the runs. Out. It's not going to work for Babar Azam tonight. Chris Woakes has floated that up just outside off stump, and instead of going either beautifully along the ground or nicely over the top, Babar Azam has hit it straight to extra cover.
Yeah, by floating that delivery, he gained. Chris Woakes. Babar Azam not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. In the end, wasn't able to control the ball. Went straight to the fieldsman. And wicket number 1 in the first over for England. Babar Azam walking back after scoring 4. It's 5 for 1 Pakistan.
Right, 5 for 1 after the first over. Good strike for Chris Woakes. Shan Masood started the series at number 4. Quite rightly, I think, has worked his way up to number 3. Second over bowled then by Reece Topley.
Yeah, very smartly bowled by Woakes. That last delivery where he got a wicket of Babar Azam, a massive wicket. He just brought down about 20 Ks. He was bowling around 137 Ks and that delivery was only 116 kilometers. That is the reason why the ball went in the air and the fielder was placed for that reason.
Yeah, another 50,000 rupees in the kitty, thanks to KFC. Oh, a bowled. Oh, yes. That's the start that Reece Topley wanted. Little bit of in-swing, nice full length. Beats the bat. And Pakistan's 2 ultimate stars already out at the start of the second over.
Wobbly Pakistani reply, because the ball is wobbling in the air. Have a look, the ball dipping at the last moment, and Rizwan was into the stroke, left in, and he's been cleaned up. 2 wickets in the span of 3 deliveries had England in front in this game, way in front. Walking back up, scoring 1, Pakistan in a strife, 5 for 2.
Well, big problems for Pakistan in the chase. Iftikhar Ahmed is the new man there. And Reece Topley again dead on in terms of line and length, but that previous delivery was an absolute beauty at Rizwan.
I think Mohammad Rizwan was expecting the ball to just come in, and that one pitched right on the seam and just didn't swing after that. And missed the length, missed the line completely. What a delivery. More or less unplayable delivery.
Don't you, as a fast bowler, like to see those balls dipping at the last moment?
Iftikhar off the mark. Nicely to extra cover, just pushed through the gap.
Well, middle order has been exposed very early in the game. Pakistan had issues, trouble. The middle order not scoring run. This is their opportunity. This was a beautiful delivery. Nice floaty delivery, swung a bit and just hit it straight to the man. And this was a beauty. Just too good.
Too hot to handle at the moment. These 2 English fast bowlers.
Well, I have to say, it reminded me of Shaheen Shah Afridi. The man, of course, who's missing in the series, injury problems for him. Who, of course, is, well, excellent, brilliant at this sort of stuff. And that's, shall we say, a high compliment that I can pay to Reece Topley, because if you're in that league, you're amongst the best in the world. I'll go for 4. So a good finish to the over, a much needed boundary, but still Pakistan way behind, 11 for 2.
no matter how much the ball is responding to you as a fast bowler, you still have to land them in the right areas. Was ill-directed, although Iftikhar wasn't in control, gloved it, and a good result.
Yeah, you're right. Just needed a good length delivery just to finish off, just to make it a very, very good opening over. But never mind, 1 for 6 after 1. Yes, tough task. It was always a tough task for Pakistan when you lost your 2 biggest stars in the space of the first 2 overs of the innings. It becomes yet a tougher task. Great opportunity, of course, for the likes of Shan Masood, Iftikhar Ahmed. Now, just to highlight the change in pace from Chris Woakes at the end of that first over. Paces are all there just to start with, 135, 135, 136, and he takes all the pace off, hides it nicely, because Barbara is actually normally very good at spotting these changes of pace, but it made all the difference. Instead, as I say, the ball going either along the ground or even intentionally over the top, straight into the hands of Harry Brook. Just going down leg.
Well, Woakes maybe not played any cricket in season or 2, but we all know that what he's capable of. Very smart, lands a seam on a perfect spot. This is Mohammad Rizwan, is losing his off stump. Yep, that was not the right shot you played.
It's the conundrum, isn't it? You see these guys playing these shots time and time again. Each and every time it comes sweetly out the middle of the bat. We marvel at it, quite rightly. It's nothing he hasn't tried before, but yeah, I'd just give credit to Topley as the bowler. Masood has played it very nicely. Shan Masood has timed that to death.
In the previous happening, Shan Masood was moving a bit too much in the crease. He was worried about covering his off stump. This time around, stayed still. Got himself a bit of room outside the off stump to place the ball into the gap and use the pace.
Much slower ball again from Woakes.
Well, the problem Pakistan facing right now is every dot delivery, this required run rate goes up very quickly. 11.18 now. So you cannot afford to display those cheap overs. Even if you have lost wicket, you got to really keep going and keep striking the ball. End of the third over, 18 for 2.
Yeah, if the required run rate goes beyond 12 runs an over, it'll be like asking for a moon as far as the Pakistan team is concerned in this game.
Who's going to play that aggressive role from here on? Both these batsmen have struggled in the past. Somebody's got to take some action. Another excellent delivery. Seeming away a bit. Well, England bowlers, they don't have the pace which Pakistani fast bowlers have, but they've got the plans and they've got the lengths spot on.
Yeah, that's what the Pakistani bowlers have to learn. Pace can be friends with the batsman as well. So you've got to pitch the ball in the right areas and make that pace count. He was in the air or into the gap for a single.
Yeah, once again we break into our understanding of this lovely game of cricket, just to bring you breaking news. Teams will be on their way very, very soon. England to Australia, Pakistan to New Zealand. Our friends with the washing machine there doing a bit of late laundry before they head for the airport. That was the Dorlance Power Wash Challenge yet again. Just one so far in this over, 3 of them. Vikar's point is a good one. There might be outright pace from someone like David Willey, but the little variations, as we saw from Chris Woakes in that first, the little variations, maybe each and every ball, just can make a difference.
We're talking about the Pakistani fast bowler. Haris Rauf was very good once again tonight. Used those variations cleverly. Was the most economical bowler so far in this game.
Yeah, just look back at those Pakistan bowling figures. 24 from his 4 overs, 6 and over. Others, we won't mention names, going at 12, 15, 8.5, 8. Well, that has gone straight up in the air. It might have gone quite some way. Someone's going to go for it. Phil Salt was thinking of coming for it. Made most of his ground towards it. David Willey decided it was going to be his. And not for the first time tonight we've seen the ball end up on the ground.
David, I think there's something in the sky tonight, because every time ball went in the air, nobody able to sort of catch that. He was going for a big one, looking to go over mid-on, mid-wicket. Just ball just moving away from Willey. He should have been the wicket-keeper coming in, because the ball was in the air for a long, long time.
Has become contagious. 4 done. 22 for 2 Pakistan.
Well, he can't shout at anyone, can he? Because he's made a mess of his own chance. But just look how high it goes. And these are never easy, I'll tell you that. Just seemed to fade away from him just as it got towards those hands. And it's not even in the middle of the hand, nowhere near. It's more the bulb of the hand, if you can call it that, which is slightly inaccurate, but there we go.
But a very good opening over from David Willey, conceding 4 runs. He stringed few dot deliveries together, impelled the batsman into taking a few chances, and he created the chance to pick up a wicket. Wasn't to be.
As I say, never easy those. No one likes them. And the night sky, of course, you've got the lights which illuminate obviously a certain amount of that sky, but that would have gone above the lights, so into the darkness, and then gravity does its thing.
Why do you take a risk while the wicketkeeper is standing right next to you? Let those gloves do the job rather than you taking the risk.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But anyway, another one goes down. I just had to hurry through at the end there. Throw coming in, just forcing Iftikhar to speed up towards the end of that, what should have been an easy single.
Moeen Ali will be happy to concede those singles. He's denying the Pakistani batsman chances of scoring boundaries.
Just keep a close eye on the wicketkeeper. It was in the air for a long. This come over the tower actually. Watch that. Watch the wicketkeeper standing right next to him. He's saying, "Let me catch it." Willie, I think, shouted that, oh, no problem, overconfident sometimes, and the man with such a big gloves, he wouldn't have dropped that.
Yeah, I suppose it would have meant that Salt would have covered, say, 20 yards from his position, starting position, to get up to where the ball eventually dropped. Now, other things to tell you about. The Pakistan Junior League starts in 4 days' time, October the 6th. Groundbreaking stuff here in Pakistan, the first ever under-19 franchise league. Youngsters from all around the world, players from England joining in with the local teams. Goal, just like I say, had to hurry, did hurry, the throw missed. Kara not far away with that.
Only 3 boundaries been hit in this first 4.3 overs, and there are a couple of run-out opportunities also came in England's way. This would have been gone. He was nowhere in the picture. The ball crossed those stumps, and I don't think that ball was too far away from the stumps.
Swung away, not middle, but it's in the end just enough to beat the dive from Ben Duckett.
Same bowler, same line, same length, same batsman, same result.
Yeah, more out of the bat this time than off the glove, of course. But for Reece Topley, he would have seen, or he did see, that if Jakar had taken that little shimmy to the onside, tried to follow him, didn't quite get it right. That's a good shot. That's a super shot. This time the shimmy gets him into position to find that gap on the offside. Beautifully played.
It took the pace off on that occasion. Topley spotted it, waited on the ball, allowed the ball to come close, hit the ball on the up, made sure it went all along the ground, placed it beautifully too.
So 11 from the over, 5 gone, 33 for 2.
Pakistan 33 for 2, not where they would have liked to be in this massive run chase. 1 over left in the power play. Willie back into the attack. A good over first up. Big appeal, big shout has been given.
Again, the short speed delivery did the trick here. And Pakistan is in deep trouble. It wasn't very pacey, but obviously if the Khar nicked it on the way towards keeper, he was trying to play over over point fielder and nicked it to the keeper.
Yeah, Willie picks up a wicket, should have had a caught and bowled in his previous over. Just, something of a cutter, banged into the pitch. No real pace at all for Iftikhar to work with. And all he does is feather it through to Phil Salt. England are all over Pakistan here like a cheap suit. Iftikhar goes for 19, it's 33 for 3.
Khushal Shah makes his way out back in the team tonight, and things going from bad to worse for Pakistan. No pace on it, not in control at all, Iftikhar, and all he does is manage to get a fine tickle into the keeper.
Yeah, really difficult to get any sort of power or control into that stroke, particularly when you've got both feet off the ground. And the task gets ever more difficult.
Showing their weaknesses against short ball for sure, and I think the world have seen it, and that's what they probably will do against Pakistan team in Australia. 3 wickets down, 34, big test for Khushal. He can show or prove that he's good enough to be in the World Cups in the playing 11 for Pakistan. Yeah, faint edge, gloved probably first, then the bat.
More money for the flood donation from KFC. 50,000 rupees for every wicket. Singles is not going to cut this out. The run rate has creeped over 12. Pakistan just going over 6. And it's a stage of the game where, saw it in the Asia Cup as well, where Pakistan lose a couple of wickets and they go back into the default mode of trying to take things deep. Not quite sure that is the ploy, or that is the ploy that's going to work in T20 cricket.
You can take the game deep if you're chasing 160 at times, especially if you lose 3 wickets. But you're chasing 210, then there's no point going deep. Just have a go. Let's see what happens. At the most you lose the game. At least your intent is there. Required run rate is almost 12.5 now.
Yeah, it's one of the problems when you rely so heavily on 2 guys at the top of the order. If you lose them both, then you're nowhere, aren't you? Just being able to have a little bit more insurance, a little bit more quality throughout the batting lineup means that those 2 guys are not under pressure to score all of the runs all of the time.
Direct hit. Don't think there'll be any trouble. Just the 4 off the over. Power play done. 37 for 3.
Third umpire to director.
We are going to have a look
for run out.
Upstairs.
Can I have your sideline angle, please? Bat grounded before the bail's off. Ready to make my decision.
Well, not out, yeah. We could have saved ourselves a lot of time. England fielders were at no point interested. I'm not entirely sure why the on-field umpire couldn't give that not out on the field, but there we go.
Right him over.
A leg spin into the attack. Adil Rashid has 5 wickets to his name. He's gone wicketless on 3 occasions on a trot now. End of the power play. Successful one for England, keeping the score rate down as well as picking up 3 big wickets. Come back to the point of impact of middle order finishers in the game, and it becomes that much more difficult to evaluate because it's a two-edged sword for them, or sort of catch-22, where you have to come in at stages where you might have rebuilding to do when you've suddenly lost quick wickets, or you're also tasked with finishing off at the end with just a few overs left. They've called for 2.
England won in their power play 57 for 2. So they lost 2 wickets in 5 overs, and then they went on 102 in 10 overs with 3 wickets down. So that was the attitude they had. They're just going with it. That's T20 format. There's no point taking the game till the end unnecessarily.
Big difference Well, as is England's middle order consists of players who all have strike rates in the 140s and sometimes 150s and above. And yet, well, we saw Kushtil comes out to the crease here with the team in deep trouble. His strike rate in his short career so far is just 111.
Yeah, the ball not going anywhere from Pakistan's batters at the moment.
We've seen Brook and we have seen Malan and Duckett. They were just playing the shots, and look at the strike rate. Asif, yes, 137, Nawaz 129, and Shadab 137. So today is the day that one of them, at least one of them, got to 70, either Shan or Kushtil, but they got to start now. Almost 30 run over required.
Unlike openers, when they come out, they pretty much walk into the same situation every game, knowing they've got the 6 overs of the power play, knowing they've got the opening bowlers to face, got the hard new ball to score off. They've got plenty of gaps to pick for. For the middle order, slightly different, and Pakistan's middle order seems to be one step behind in both. Great start from Adil Rashid, just the 4 of it. 7 done, 41 for 3.
This is the middle order. 3 to 7 batters. Shan Masood, 5 innings, averaging 25. The strike rate. Iftikhar 135. Kushdil Shah struggling 116. Haider Ali only 94.73. Then Asif Ali 168. That's his thing. And then Shadab Khan 350. Only played 1 innings though. So that's where they have to improve. Obviously today is the day where they get to bat, because both the openers departed very early, Rizwan and Babar.
Moeen Ali with the ball. The captain relying on himself here. Good to roll his arm over. Hasn't bowled in the last 2 games. Didn't go quite well the one before that.
Yeah, that's a good decision. 2 left-handers there. Get the off-spinner in.
Big shout, 2. Comfortable in the end. Malan was exceptional earlier on. I thought they just missed the mark with bowling to him. Bowled quite well to him the other day, where it was just marginally outside off stump. Good length. And tonight I thought there was a lot of in the slot bowling or leg side where he easily picked them off. Timed them beautifully off cover.
Crowd just starting to get on the backs of Kushtil and Shan now. Raw went up and that ball was patted back to the bowler. I'm not sure they're going to like the tickle round the corner much either.
A difficult one for the Pakistani batters. It's the series decider. They are in a very difficult situation. The asking run rate just over 13. Matter of still go hard and try and get as many as quickly as possible down the wicket. A big hoik across the line, straight to the fielder. A matter of getting them quick, and doesn't matter if you still get out, trying to chase them, because that's the intent that's required in the T20 game. Or a matter of just trying to stay in the middle and score some runs. Well, that one's for me, Sensodyne, sensitively free moment, because life is indeed...
Definitely for you, Aruj. Another good delivery, good effort by the skipper, Moeen Ali. Required run rate 13.5, and Pakistan were chasing. .210, and they are 45 of 3, and that 8 overs gone. 45 for 3, 46 for 3. So no boundary has been scored in last 3 overs. And reverse sweep straight to the fielder there by Khoshdil. They need a boundary at least an over from now onwards. Required run rate is almost 14 and over, maybe 2 boundaries. They gotta take a risk.
Yeah, it just comes back to the point where you just almost feel like you still go hard here no matter what you end up with.
It's just snuck underneath or between the legs of Shan Masood. It's a notional stumping chance for Salt. I think you're right. I mean, both of you are making exactly the right point. It's also good practice, you know, even if you fall short by 40 or 50, it doesn't matter. Get used to the idea of being able to go along and score at 10s, 11s, 12s. You're going to have to do it. You have to do it to win tournaments. I have to give England a bit of credit for the way they bowled at the top. I mean, the one encouragement that you have playing against Pakistan, if you put a big score on the board, as you know, you get one of Babra and Rizwan out, then you've opened the game up for yourselves. And
he's gone for it and clears the boundary comfortably. Shan Masood into the attack. First 6 off the Pakistan innings. Also brings up Pakistan's 50.
Much needed boundary from Shan Masood. He was a googly. Picked it up and got the maximum.
Tell you what, that's quite a strike considering he hit the ground before he hit the ball. But yeah, more of that intent, please.
Another call for 2. Yeah, Butch, England will surely be mighty pleased with this effort. They've gone with the ploy of rotating their players. They haven't necessarily played their full strength side by any stretch of imagination. And yet to come up with performances like this, it'll probably what looks like will be another thumping victory to clinch the series.
Yeah, and that new ball partnership of Wokes and Topley, I think, as well, will be one that they'll be mighty pleased with. Big over for Pakistan, the biggest of their innings so far, 13 from it, 59 for 3.
Pakistan will need a few more of those. The last over yielding 13, and that's pretty much what they need if they have to chase this down tonight. Sam Curran to replace Moeen now. He's been good, he's been skiddy, he's been good with the short ones. Doesn't bowl with a lot of pace, but deceives a lot of batters. Seems to come on a little bit quicker than they expect.
Very useful cricketer. Another slow delivery straight to the fielder at third man. And good little variation, subtle variation he does. And sometimes he bowls this odd bouncer that surprises the batsman. There was a back of a hand slow ball and short. He didn't bowl it full.
Yeah, Sam Curran in the England's T20 World Cup squad. He'll be vying for sort of spots with the likes of Wokes and maybe even Moeen Ali, depending on what the surfaces are like. England have got a lot of really good options of genuine all-rounders. Sam Curran very rarely lets England down when he plays, and of course he can fulfill many different roles, and you probably wouldn't ideally have him with the new ball in hand, but he can do that. Does a really good job through the middle. Can bowl at the death also. And England have used him as a striker when spin bowlers are on at the back end of innings as well. They'll send him out there and get him to go and take the spinners down. He is very good at that. So just a terrific all-round cricketer.
England seem to be blessed with a few terrific cricketers at the moment going around.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, Pakistan at the moment would swap somebody like Ben Duckett in a heartbeat, wouldn't they? Ben Duckett hasn't made England's T20 World Cup squad.
Offer is there, Butch.
We'll have to check the passports after we've had our tepal tea, steaming hot chai, and a look through the passports, Aruj.
Should get the two of you down there for a tepal cup of tea. Has he connected that? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Much needed boundary. Took a couple of steps down the wicket and took the attack on. Pakistan needs a lot more of those. The boundary count now up to 7.
Yeah, the leg cutter, slow ball. He picked it up early. Khush Dilshah played it between extra cover and mid wicket for his boundary. He's going to run a ball. 15 off 15 after this boundary.
The other thing I'd like to see Pakistan do is be a little bit flexible with their batting order. Sometimes it just takes a 12, 13 ball 30 to put you ahead of the game. Even in a big run chase like this, a quick fire 30 from somebody like a Shadab could just change the dynamic, give you a little bit more belief that you can still chase this down. At the moment, that equation looking very bleak for Pakistan. 144 just of the 61. Comfortable too in the end to end that over. 11 off it. Pakistan 68 for 3.
Well, drinks have been taken. The super stoppers have been on to take off what dew they can. And we have 10 overs left of this second innings of the final game. 10 overs left of the series. The target is 210 after England's 209 for 3 earlier in the evening. 68 for 3. Run rate required now, 14.2. And he'll recede to bowl his third over.
Yeah, miraculous effort is required to get over the line. It's becoming impossible for the Pakistani batters to deal with the situation. But hats off to the capacity crowd, still enjoying themselves, even though the Pakistan team is struggling.
Well, that was hit pretty hard by Shan Masood. There's a smile on the face from Adil Rashid, just hiding the pain maybe.
Yeah, the good thing about it was his own bowling and his own runs that he saved, so didn't hurt that much.
Nicely controlled sweep shot, but just the one.
It just puts into context how well England did bat. They were put into bat and you thought the pitch would be slightly easier in the evening or when there's a bit of dew around, but they batted superbly to get to over 200. And now it looks quite difficult to get the ball off the square, and obviously early wickets did help, but even after that the control has been with England.
It has been dinned into the ears that the Pakistani team is very unpredictable, but they have become predictable. You remove the openers and that's it.
Oh, very lucky still to have you here then. Unless this is a recording. Well, I said a little earlier, it does give someone else a chance, doesn't it? Chipped away. Must be one again, though. 71 for 3. Rashid now 3 overs, none for 19. Shan Masood 28 from 22, strike rate 127. Which of course is not enough. The requirements need much more than that. We were lucky, I think, England, in the sense that that all-out approach worked very nicely today, this evening, with, but well, the players that were allowed to bat, all of them got on with it. You had that blistering start from Sultan Hales, but the pace never dropped with Milan and Duckett and Brook. Just getting the same feeling as you were talking about just now, Ahmed. There are shots going on out there, but the timing's not quite right. The ball seems to be harder to locate than it was earlier in the day. The gaps are closing.
Yeah, even after those 2 wickets they lost in 1 over, England were able to just be, I wouldn't say patient, but they gave themselves a little bit of time. Very little, but they gave themselves a little bit of time and then sort of got into the innings and went hard again. But they were smart in that little period where Pakistan were back in the game in the power play.
Well, they're looking for the gaps, not finding them, not finding the timing. Need a bit of extra something from somewhere. Maybe this could be the answer. The Osaka charge contest. Just go to the Facebook page, like the page, answer a simple question from the Osaka charge contest, and get that chance to win a special prize. be very happy with the way this is going at the moment. Between them, the bowlers have managed to restrict the scoring shots to largely ones and twos. Seeing the odd big shot. Angle just slightly down the leg side. Big swing, but nothing much for it.
Yeah, look at the required run rate over 16 now, and still the approach. Yes, they're trying to hit it, but you still think you've got to try even harder. I have to take a chance now. It's now or never. It's 16.2 the required run rate, so you need boundaries, you need them quickly, and you need to take a huge risk starting right now.
So to be honest and to be fair to the Pakistani batters, they've tried everything. But the bowling has been absolutely brilliant. They have landed the ball in the right areas consistently, haven't allowed the batsmen to free their arms. Right from the very beginning of England, batters were really good, and then backed up with some quality bowling. Yes, there was a weak moment when the catch was dropped. Other than that, been brilliant in this game.
Well, they have found the boundary. Shah Massoud has found the boundary this time. Not quite how it was intended. 80 for 3.
Have to swing as hard as you can. Top edge flies to the fence. But you need plenty more of this. It's been a series where Pakistan have come back from quite a few positions where they thought the match was done, but largely through their bowling. Need a miracle with the bat. Need something really, really special.
Now that has got the distance. Gustil has found space in the air. He's found space behind the boundary. 73rd six of the series, and it's also a 50 partnership.
Yeah, that dot sound from the bat suggested that this ball is going to go over the boundary line. Six number 2 for Gustil. Beg your pardon, first six of his bat.
Well, he's appealed, has Phil Salt. He's given the wide and he's given it out, which is interesting. And now he's going to think about it.
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is out. I have checked front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can I have a spin vision, please? Ball is close to the bat. Let's confirm with the ultra-edge. Keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, roll it back. Now roll it forward and freeze the replay when ball next to the bat. Yes, there is spike when ball next to the bat. Go back to the on-field. Essen, you can stay with your original decision out. Let you know when your screen. You're on screen now.
Well, we'll see the final decision made here. Hassan Raza had to go very quickly from signalling wide to signalling out. Phil Salt knew exactly what had happened, as did Gustil, I'm sure. I can understand the initial decision because that would have been a tiny little nick, maybe inaudible to the umpire at the non-striker's end, but Crystal Shah is out for 27, 86 for 4. Asif Ali, the new batsman. It's a googly first up and defends.
Thin edge. You do feel in your hands, don't you, once you nick the ball? Oh, what a delivery that was. That one spun.
Yeah, first the googly, then the genuine leg spinner. He's probably waiting for that ball just to slide on. Brilliant.
Oh, that is pretty straight. It is the googly again, and it might just be going down leg side, which is what Adil Rashid seems to be implying by that gesture there. But it's beautifully bowled, isn't it? A googly, the big turning leg break, followed by yet another googly. There he goes, out the back of the hand, and it's turned just a little bit too much. Lovely over to finish with for Adil Rashid. 1 for 25 for him. Pakistan 86 for 4. Well, Shan Masood, not quite an absolutely lone hand, but between this top 5 or 6 for Pakistan, we haven't seen enough boundaries from them, haven't seen the pace kept up at all. They've lost too many wickets, have absolutely zero momentum. And whispered if you like, but the asking rate has gone up to over 18s now, so let's just put it this way, 3 sixes and over, and you're still vaguely up with the rate. In fact, you're just behind the rate. But you might get a 1 as well.
Well, that is the reason why Asif Ali has been selected to play for Pakistan. His ability to hit sixes. He hits 146 sixes every day while practicing.
Well, he doesn't need all of those tonight, but let's call wide again. How does he hit in the series? There's a question for you, I wonder. It's time for another cup of tea in the Tapal Tea Lounge. How good that's been throughout the series. It's just a constant scene of gentle relaxation and repose.
I think it was Butch who made the point that the advantage of bowling second is that you know what the first team did well in terms of how to bowl on a particular pitch, and I think England have learned really quickly the slow ones into the game straight away, and also bowling it into the pitch. Most of their slow ones have been slightly short of a length, and that's probably the way to go. We saw Haris Rauf do really well with that slow one. He's got exceptional slow one anyway, but even Hasnain, a couple of times when he bowled that slow one into the pitch, it was effective.
Well, we're talking, Amil, about Asif Ali, the six-hitter. What was it again? How many does he hit a day in practice, did you say?
He claims that he hits 146 sixes while practicing.
That's
and
very precise. I mean, doesn't he get bored at 140? I mean, why the extra 6? Why not stop at 125? Why not just settle for a nice 100? More than enough to win the game.
I'll ask him. What's the idea behind it?
The other thing, okay, just to answer the question, we've had the answer to the question, how many sixes has he actually hit in the series? Over to you.
2, I think, just the 2.
Oh, yes.
But in the end, those 2 won the game, didn't they? Pakistan scraped through in that game in Karachi.
Well, it's just a push down the ground for 1. The asking rate rises yet again. It's now 3 sixes and over, plus a 1 and half a run, just under half a run, which means one of them's run out, which puts further pressure on the next batsman. Well, still trying is Shan Masood. But the bowling has basically outthought Pakistan a lot of the time. 14 overs gone, 92 for 4. The trophy, ready and waiting to present it to the winning side. And I think all bets are off at this stage. Seven in the series, 3 each it was before this game tonight here in Lahore, the third match at the Gaddafi Stadium. Ongoing, it says, but I think we know pretty much where it is going to go.
Where?
Chris Wokes has bowled 2 overs so far, 1 for 12. Got the key wicket of Babar Azam earlier on with a beautifully disguised, slightly slower delivery. That was the perfect start for England with the ball.
Pace off again, and no timing throughout these 14.1 overs for Pakistan. And it's time for some Sensodyne sensitivity free moment, because life's too short for sensitivity.
Yeah, if you want to enjoy delicacies in life, do not let sensitivity get in the way.
A full toss is dispatched. Not what Chris Wokes intended at all. Yep, the enthusiasm in the crowd is still very much there.
It seems like they have a definitive plan against Asif. They're looking to bowl full, they're looking to bowl straight. It requires a bit of room outside the off stump to swing his arms, to be able to hit those sixes.
Well, the thing with Asif Ali, the thing with him is that he loves to get deep in the crease, and England will know that, so they're trying to get it as full as they can to negate that tactic. Even he, it seems, is struggling tonight to get the full blade on the ball, to get the full power behind the shot. Early days, obviously, for him, when he faced 8 balls. Normally speaking, though, he can hit one within the first couple, can't he?
It's just a situation here, well, in all intents and purposes, the game has gone. But on an individual sense, Asif and Shan can almost make up a target in their head to get to this many runs per over, or get to this target now, just to make themselves feel that they're ready for that bigger challenge up ahead.
Yeah, I'm with you, Bazid. Pakistani middle order hasn't challenged themselves. That's why we have seen them struggling. Highlight of the series for you, David?
Bit of a surprise question at this stage. Well, it's gone straight down the throat of Reece Topley at deep square leg. So Asif Ali's tally of 6s in this tournament, the series remains at 2. It's a disconsolate looking man who leaves the field for the last time in this series. But for England, the short ball has worked again on this pitch here in Gaddafi Stadium. For Woakes, it's both short and pace off. It was the pace off that made the difference, because Asif Ali was largely through the shot, came on right off the toe of the bat, still carried to Topley. Thank you very much, says Chris Woakes. That's more like it. So Asif Ali gone. 7 to his name, Pakistan 99 for 5. Next in, Mohammad Nawaz has 1 ball to face at the end of this Chris Woakes over. Woakes' figure, or figures, now 2 for 19, 19 for 2, take your pick. Nice shot to open the account. Just the one though, exactly 100 for 5.
Chris Woakes has enjoyed a good return to the team, picked up the big wicket of Babar Azam with a slower ball during the power play with the brand new ball. Has figures of 2 for 20 from his 3. It's David Woolley now. Heaved into the leg side. There is a man out there, but it'll go one bounce into his bread basket. Well, the equation for Pakistan is not a pretty one. The run rate required is 22.5. They need another 109 runs from 4.5 overs, but there is some good news. For every wicket, 50,000 rupees will go towards flood relief efforts. But
That's
even better than that, we've got Wasim and Wacker in for the last time in the series.
That's the best news we've seen so far. 50,000 to flood victims, and today, when Pakistan came out to bat, I think they thought that match was finished when Babar and Rizwan departed in second over. And from then onwards, I don't mind any team losing as long as they go for it, try it. You can't take the game long because you're requiring, now required rate is 23 runs per over. Half the stadium is empty, people have gone.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure there's many people watching that would disagree with that. T20 cricket, you're better off going down in a blaze of glory than going out with a whimper. And this, when you look at the way that this series has gone, the 6 matches preceding this has been a disappointing finish.
Well, once again, the intent was missing. You are going to lose 2 early wickets or maybe 3 early wickets. You got to keep going. There's no point just hanging in there while you know that you're going to lose. That's why the criticism is going to come, because crowd is left. Nobody likes the approach, the way Pakistan approached this game. Too many dot deliveries, not enough boundaries. Gave up very, very early in the game.
In the air, Milan tracks back but won't get there. Well, as you said while we were off air, after a couple of wickets went down, the 2 big wickets anyway, you said you watch. We're going to have some batting practice here, and I laughed.
Unfortunately, my gut feeling was saying that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to take the game deep. What's the point of taking the game deep? Okay, if you're chasing 160, 150, I can understand that. But chasing 210, taking the game deep, that's not going to work. Just go out all guns blazing, lose by 10 overs to go. That'd be fine. And now, it doesn't matter how many boundaries you can hit. It's not going to happen. Required run rate is 26, 16 gone, 107 for 5.
Well, perhaps let's look back on some of the moments of the series then, you two. There's been some extraordinary games. You had the 200 for none run chase with Rizwan and Babar. We've had Harry Brook showing what a fabulous player he is for England. We've had some exceptional death bowling from Haris Rauf. There have been positives for Pakistan, despite today.
No doubt there have been positives, but you know, 3 each back house last game, and that's what I said at the pre-game show, that Pakistan have won the toss. The whole crowd erupted, the whole stadium erupted, and I said, hang on a minute. England are here to bat first. If they get to 200, even with due, it's kind of impossible to get to 210. With the England bowling, now they realize Pakistan middle order is weak, and we should admit it is, and do something about it for the World Cup. Pushdil Shah got fair run with 4 innings in this series. He scored 63 runs with a strike rate of 113. So performance like this is not gonna take you long way.
Well, no point talking on this game right now, but we can talk about, as you said, but you know how this series went. It was a pretty good one, actually, to be honest. I mean, 3-all coming into the final. Pakistan didn't do very bad, but yeah, before the series started, we all were talking about the middle order, and we're all hoping that they will come good. Opportunities were provided. A lot of criticism on the management because, you know, all the media was after that. They're not really scoring runs, you know, starting from number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, anyone. I mean, nobody has really scored any run to even mention.
When the 2 wickets were down, Pakistan in first 2 overs, if I was Babar, I would have sent the message in to Khushdil and Shan, go after it. Let's go for the glory. If we lose in the process, that'll be fine. I'll support you. And coaches can only give you a plan. They can't play for you, Vicky.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've been part of the management. I've been part of the coaching. It gets very, very hard at times. This was a beautiful delivery. First, Babar gone in the very first over, and then Rizwan got a beauty from top play. It was a beautiful delivery. Sight to watch. And then, since then, it's all downhill. I'm sure they're very disappointed. Well, the big highlights is Haris Rauf, I guess, the way he is bowled throughout the series.
Yeah, he has been quite superb. And if Pakistan have had a sniff having put runs on the board, then he is certainly somebody in the Pakistan ranks that can win you games with the ball. I mean, it's interesting to me because, you know, the media, whether it be us in commentary or the written media, wherever it might come from, everyone has their opinions, but it's very rare that they will follow up or keep going on about a story if there isn't an element of truth in it. Now, I think what's been proven here is that when people were talking about being worried about Pakistan's middle order, they weren't picking on people. It's a fact, isn't it? And the series has borne that out, really, or at least the series end has borne that out. And it's tough, you know. I mean, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear if you don't have the players to call upon to replace the guys that are in there at the moment. Then it's all very well sort of having a go at these fellas, but come up with some alternatives, give them game time, and allow them to develop.
And this middle order got a fair run. Since the beautiful shot, it'll be boundary. So 94 required of 18 balls. 17 gone, 116 for 5. They had a fair go, so now do we have these are the best we have. I suppose people are discussing Shoaib Malik and then of course Azam Khan, but Azam Khan and Imad Wasim, all these guys, they didn't play the domestic T20. They opted out to go to CPL. So if you're not interested in domestic, nobody will pick you. Fair call.
And do you agree with that? I mean, you know, the players now will earn their money and go off around the world and play in different tournaments. Do you think the players have to play in the PSL in order to make themselves available to play for Pakistan?
Not PSL, the national T20 has.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah.
National T20, yes, I suppose so. You got to take that T20, national T20 seriously. That's where if you perform, you'll get picked up straight away.
Well, I'm all for guys playing in different leagues. I mean, that's their bread and butter. They should go and play those leagues.
Shot. That's crunched over extra cover by Shah Masood. He's been another bright spot for Pakistan.
But for me, if you're not playing national T20 cricket, I think you should not be picked. It's very simple. I mean, that means you're giving preference to money over the national duties. So that's where we pick our youngsters, or whoever we pick. That's why the name of Shoaib Malik and Haris Sohail is floating around. Azam Khan did not play in the national T20.
Yeah, exactly. He did well in CPL, but that was CPL. We wanted him here for this national T20. It should be a learning curve for Azam Khan. that national duty is more important. He's young, he'll make money eventually in different leagues. But this was for the World Cup as well, Butch. Imagine how big an occasion is to represent your country in a World Cup.
Yeah, good points, well made, and that's what it means to cricket fans here. They've really hated seeing their team go down in this fashion. And I think, as the two legends with me have said quite coherently, that any team can be outplayed on the day in T20 cricket. That's what makes it such a compelling format. But not going for the win, not trying everything you possibly can to try and win the game, it is perhaps a little bit too much for some in the crowd to take.
People of Pakistan, the cricket lovers in Pakistan, they understand cricket and they know if the team is going for it, and if they lose in a process, they be fine. They would have been happy. But one-sided game where you're not even trying to win the game is definitely going to hurt us.
Well, there's the Pakistan World Cup squad. Back as a man in the reserves there. Mohammad Haris, who played in the last game of Friday, wicket-keeper batter. Somebody like Fakhar would perhaps be missed in this side, his big hitting exploits. Just while we were talking there, Shah Masood has gone past 50, his second in T20 cricket, second in this series.
Gucci has done well, Sean. He is
Third umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I have checked front foot and it's a fair delivery. Can I have a front on spin vision, please? Ball is close to the bat. Let's confirm with Aldridge. I can see a gap between bat and ball. Satisfied? No bat involved. You can go back to the on-field umpire, Asif. Asif, you can stay with your original decision. Not out. You are on screen now.
Yeah, so once the review was deemed not to have hit the bat, then the delivery signalled wide down the leg side. So Shan has 50 from 38. Again, short ball, Sam Curran with the cover out there on the leg side, just asking Shah Masood to hit the ball towards where he has the strongest field.
Forget about the game, Butch. Tell me, how was your time coming here and enjoying this cricket as well as off-field activities?
And how was the dinner last night?
Yeah, dinner was magnificent down in the old part of town. Some wonderful views, beautifully atmospheric part of the city. Well, that's been hit out to Chris Wokes, who makes no mistake. Sam Curran has another wicket, or his first, in fact, this evening. But another wicket in this series, and another wicket in the series taken with the short ball. He said that he was bowling back of a length and shorter in order to get the batters to hit towards the leg side of the field. 75 metres, that boundary out there. And Nawaz didn't get all of it, but Chris Wokes did. Another one bites the dust.
Nine of 9, 125 for 6. everyone. Thank you, guys. Hoping to see you very, very
Hamid Wazim is the new man in, and he drills his first ball down the ground. That's a bit more like it. Boundary off his first ball.
It's definitely late for this, but again, yes, right in the slot, played it straight, and a boundary on a first ball. Great effort by the ground staff. So well done, guys. Congratulations. You did a great job as always.
No, it's been great to be back in Pakistan, Wiki. To answer your question, you're off, aren't you, this evening? You're off to New Zealand?
Gotta go home first, mate.
How long for home? 1 day?
A couple of days.
And then to New Zealand.
129 for 6. Home Sydney, right?
Yep. I'm gonna go flying out tonight with the team. I think Pakistan team flying on the same time, and then off to Sydney for a couple of days, and then Bangladesh, New Zealand, Pakistan playing Tri-Nation at Christchurch. So we'll be covering that, and then back to Karachi to have a bit of fun with Wasim Bhai on that show we do for the World Cup, the Pavilion.
Yeah, the hard-working crew who've brought the pictures to you wherever you may be watching around the world. They won't be leaving quite as soon as you, Wiki. They'll have to de-rig all the cameras before they can get a flyer. But safe travels to you, safe travels to the Pakistan team. Wokes into the attack for the last time. What about you, Waz? What's the future hold? Immediate future?
I'm back to Karachi tomorrow. Home is Karachi now. I'm originally from Lahore, and then of course we've got a couple of things coming up, and then the World Cup starts. So we'll be doing the World Cup from A Sports from Karachi. Me, Waqar, Misbah, and Shoaib Malik is there. So
if Shoaib Malik's not in the squad, how old Shoaib now?
I think he's old enough.
Full toss on the hip of Wazim.
And what about you, Butch? When are you flying out, or are you going to stay here for a couple of? You like it here, don't you?
I do, yeah. But I'm off. I'm off early tomorrow morning. Back to London, and then I've got a bit of time off for the first time since January. So. But it has been a real pleasure to be back here in Pakistan. And hopefully this will signal the start of many more England tours. Of course, the Test team will be back in December. Mike Atherton and Nasser Hussain will be joining the comms team here.
I mean, the big boys are coming to Pakistan.
Got the big boys. The party animals are coming out.
You'll be in the studio there, back home?
Yeah, I've got the 3 a.m. call shift back in Isleworth. But it's good. I'm looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. It's been a long time since England have played Test match cricket down here. I never played Test match cricket here, so it was one of the only. Well, here in Zimbabwe, the only two places I never played a Test. So looking forward to the series, as I'm sure England's team are. And England, of course, with this new brand of cricket that they're playing under Ben Stokes. That'll be 4. Shan finds the gap on the way down to the third man boundary. He continues to make a good case for himself in the top order for Pakistan in T20s.
Well, I'm not sure how he's going to rate this inning. But of course, runs are runs under your belt and give him confidence. Got 50 earlier also in the series, so he's the one man who will be just getting that spot, maybe number 3 or number 4.
Credit to Shan, he got runs at number 3 and number 4, and he's an opener. So that's a big deal. Butch, you opened the innings. Imagine if you played this format. It must have been difficult coming at number 4.
In the air. Oh, Adil Rashid. A little bit of magic from the leg spinner. Diving away to his right. It's a really good grab. That's the end of Shan Masood. He'll take that 56 back to the dressing room. But Adil Rashid has pulled off a little stunner there.
Well, wicket on the last ball of his spell. Chris Woakes, who's been superb throughout this evening. Bowled really well with the new ball, and when he's been asked to come with the older ball, ball at death, he's again picking a wicket. That's his 3rd wicket of the evening. 19 gone, 135 for 7, and well played Shan Masood. 56 of 43.
Knocked him over. That's emphatic. It's almost as emphatic as this victory for England. The series has been tight, real close, nip and tuck up until now, but England showing their class here in match 7.
Series been good, but not the right end, not the end the crowd was looking for. Crowd's been really, really great. Wanted to be a little bit more innovative. Mohammad Wasim, and just losing his off stump. There's 8 wicket gone in the 20th over. It's 135 for 8.
Crunched away. Chris Woakes with the old-fashioned boot. He's had a good night, Chris Woakes. His little audition, his fitness test has gone well. 3 for 26 for Woakes. Here's the end of Mohammad Wasim, who's had his off-stump detonated by David Willey.
Too late for Wasim to do anything, so he tried. At least he tried. He gave it a go.
Yeah, that'll please him. Hasn't played international cricket since March. Chris Woakes missed the entirety of the English summer. And that's gone way up in the air. Now, can somebody catch a skyer here at Gaddafi Stadium? Perhaps best it landed way clear of everybody.
I don't think anybody gave it a try. They saw earlier, few of them went down, and they didn't push themselves to get under it. They know that this game is being won, so don't have to really take a risk of catching that. That was in the air for a long time. Yeah, just chuck it back to me. As
wide Willie will have to go back and bowl that one again. 3 deliveries left then. 139 for 8. We haven't seen Shadab out there batting. Apparently we haven't been given the full details, but he strained something whilst out in the field or bowling, so he hasn't come out to bat. Haris Rauf is the man facing up right now.
Well, I hope Shadab is okay, because in the past he has struggled with quad muscle and with his hamstring also. And if he has pulled something of that kind, that's not going to be a good news for Pakistan. Just around the corner from the World Cup. So his presence is going to be very, very crucial.
Okay, well, mercifully, there is the one delivery left. Pakistan 140 for 8. They're going to end up well, somewhere around 70 runs shy of the target set by England. Pakistan winning the toss, inserting England here on a used pitch that played fantastically well, in truth, first innings. And England's batting lineup just went through the gears, all of them high gear, to put 210 on the board. Ball is in the air over the head of Moeen Ali, on the way towards the extra cover boundary. Chris Wokes will clean up. There'll be a couple of runs to finish things off. England have inflicted Pakistan's 4th biggest defeat in terms of runs in this, the decider. It's a 7-match series. It's been a lot of drama. There have been a lot of memories made and shared here in Pakistan over the course of the matches in Karachi and Lahore. The spirit between the two teams has been excellent. The crowds have come out in their droves to watch this spectacle, and until today it had been a spectacle. The matches were excellently contested, but in the final analysis, England, when it mattered the most, when it was winner take all, they put their foot down and left Pakistan for dust in the final match, Game 7. A lot to think about, a lot to talk about from the think tank of Pakistan, including skipper Babar. Perhaps top of the agenda will be how to get more runs out of people who aren't called Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan. But for England, it's been a very worthwhile exercise, not least because it's been 17 years since an England team has been back here in Pakistan. They've represented their country well. They've enjoyed the hospitality offered them here in Pakistan, and they have also gone home with a series victory.
Moeen and his men very clinical tonight. They lost the toss and they batted well. They batted really well from the word go. They put Pakistan under serious pressure from a very first over, and then when they came out to bowl, they bowled beautifully. No real pace, but they had the method, they had the plans, and they executed it beautifully. Babar and company will be very disappointed.
Yeah, what a complete performance from England here today in this final T20 against Pakistan. England scoring 209, Pakistan needed 210 to win. In reply, Pakistan just bungled out 142 for 8. Highest scorer, Shan Masood, 56 of 43. There was no intent from any batter. Once the Babar was gone, Rizwan was gone in first 2 overs, game over for Pakistan. Highest partnership between Khushdil and Shan, 53 of 43. And that was the highlight of Pakistan batting. But in general, England outplayed Pakistan in every aspect of this game today.
Well, when you're chasing such a big total, you do need big partnerships, and Pakistan could not produce any decent partnership. Bowling were outstanding. Wokes with the new ball, picking up Babar Azam's wicket with a beautiful delivery, end up picking up 3. Tople picked up Rizwan in the beginning. That was a massive wicket. Willie, Rashid, Moeen, everyone among the wickets. So this is how it all panned out. Pakistan winning the toss, asking England to bat first, and they batted really well. They batted beautifully. Pakistan only managed 142, and they lost their 8 wickets, losing the game by 67 runs. And this series to England, 4-3. Let's visit the highlights. Babar Azam and Rizwan came to open the inning, and Babar was gone early. Excellent bowling by Walks, and this was a beauty. I really enjoyed watching that delivery from Tople. He's a left arm, he's a quick bowler, and then swung the ball beautifully. Shan Masood kept on moving the scorecard. There were a few drop catches in the evening. Not only Pakistan drop catches, even England struggled to hold on to the cricket ball. Iftikhar tried his best, but he perished after that. That slower bouncer. Bushdell hit few sixes, but he was never enough. Pakistan needed to hit regular boundaries. Only 12 fours and 2 sixes were hit. Comparison to England, England hit 18 fours and 8 sixes. So that's where the game was lost. Mohammad Asif once again hitting the ball straight into the man at square leg. Batted quite nicely, Shan Masood, but couldn't really take Pakistan over the line because the target was way too big. In his own way, just trying to play the ball onto the third man. And this was Mohammad Wasim losing his stumps. Pakistan kept on losing wickets at the regular interval and couldn't really keep up with the run rate which was required in this game. And this is how the series finished. It was a 7-game series. It was very well fought series till the final game, which England dominated throughout the evening. We'll take a little breather now, and we'll come back with the presentation.
तुमसे ही तो सीखा है मैंने किस तरह से जीना है मैंने हर मुश्किल को पीना है हाँ हर मुश्किल को पीना है मैंने तो अगर मगर छोड़ो क्या मेरी खता है ऐसे सोचने में कि मैं तो मजाद है हथकड़ी ही नहीं थी कभी भी इस ख्वाब पे जिंदगी से बचने का ये ख्वाब ही इलाज है हर कोई हमें कहे ही राजा छोड़ता क्यों नहीं है जमाना इसलिए तो मैं तुझे कहूँ आजा लेके नया अफसाना आजा आजा गुम हो जाए हम आजा आजा गुम हो जाए हम आजा आजा गुम हो जाए
welcome back. And this is how this game panned out this evening. Pakistan winning the toss, asking England to bat. And they scored 209 for 3. Beautiful batting by Malan. Brooks batted for 46 of 29. Duckett, very destructive batsman, and managed to get 209. Pakistan couldn't really match. It was a no show today for Pakistan. And we're ready for the presentation. Let's go to Aruj downstairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final presentation, post-match presentation of the 7-match series of Bank Alfala presents Dafa News Pakistan versus England T20I Series 2022. England winning in emphatic style, recording 2 thumping back-to-back victories, clinching the series 4-3. First of all, I'd like to present the presentation party to my left. Mr. Ramiz Raja, Chairman, Pakistan Cricket Board. Mr. Rao Umar Hashim Khan, Group Director, Trans Group. Mr. Atif Bajwa, CEO and President, Bank Alfala. Mr. Ali Wahid, Head of Cooling Category and Export Business, Dolans. Mr. Amar Azhar, CFO, KFC, Pakistan. Ms. Mehreen Ahmed, Group Head, Retail Banking, Bank Alfala. Mr. Farhan Haroon, CEO, GSK Consumer Healthcare. Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid, Chairman, Kingdom Valley. Mr. Shoaib Mumtaz on behalf of Go Lutlo. And Mr. Tahir Khurshid, Group Head Audit, Bank Alfala. Plenty of awards as always to go out tonight, considering this is the end of the series. First up, we have Mr. Shoaib Mumtaz, who will present the Go Lutlo Best Bowler of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Haris Rauf. Haris by far has been the pick of the bowlers from Pakistan, bowling at crucial points in the game. I don't think he's out here at the moment. Is it okay for Shadab to collect the award on his behalf? Right, next up, Mr. Ghulam Hussain Shahid will present the Kingdom Valley Master Blaster of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Harry Brook. Well, that's another one we'll have to go and find. There he is. Harry, well played tonight. Mr. Amar Azhar will now present the KFC Feel Good Performance Cash Award of 100,000 to Chris Wokes. Moving on, Mr. Ali Wahid will present the Dolans Reliable Batter of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 once again to Harry Brook. I'm sure he'll be collecting a lot of awards tonight. Fantastic with the bat throughout the series. Now, Mr. Tahir Khurshid will present the Bank Alfala Best Fielder of the Match cash award of PKR 100,000 to Shadab Khan. As always, electric in the field, affecting the run out. Mr. Farhan Haroon will now present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match cash award of PKR 200,000 to Adil Rashid. For every match, Bank Alfala will be donating $1,000 to flood victims for every 6 hit. And tonight's tally is 10. That's a total of $10,000. And on behalf of Bank Alfala, Ms. Mehreen Ahmed will be presenting the Player of the Match trophy and cash award of PKR 100,000 to David Malan. There's been a special knock tonight as well from him. David, we'll have a quick word with you once you're done. As he makes his way up. Well, excellent batting tonight. Always special to put up a big score when it matters most.
Yeah, it was. You know, we saw this as a final, semi-final, the last game, so to be able to do it under pressure and put on a big score like that was fantastic for us as a batting unit.
The wicket when you were batting, or in fact when the entire English lineup over batting looked like it was coming on. You timed the ball particularly well. Was it actually as easy as you made it look?
Yeah, we felt the first sort of, I'd say 12 to 14 overs, it was coming on really nice, and it just sort of slowed up really quite a lot towards the end. We actually found it quite tough in those last 5 overs. You know, and then luckily our bowlers sort of learned from the lessons that we made, or they made with the ball, was bowling into the wicket, bowling slower balls, changing up a pace, and they bowled fantastically well to defend that.
You've spoken about sort of a cramped or an excessive number of games, especially now leading into the World Cup, going to Australia. I think you've just got a couple of days before you head into Australia. How are you sort of gearing up for that?
Yeah, good. You know, we were given a bit of a break here and there, a couple of the guys. You know, it's been pretty tough. I think we're looking forward to getting to Australia and having a couple of days off before a few days of training and playing the series against Australia. But look, it's been fantastic to be here, and thanks for having us.
It's been fantastic watching you. Well done and good luck for the future.
Thank you very much.
Right, next, Mr. Farhan Haroon will present the Sensodyne Complete Performer of the Match Cash Award of PKR 300,000 to Mohammad Rizwan. That is the Performer of the Series Award. And the highest run scorer of the series. Mr. Atif Baj will now present the Bank Al Falah Player of the Series Trophy and Cash Award of PKR 300,000 to Harry Brook. Harry, we'll have a word with you as well once you're done. Harry, what's the secret? You can score in your sleep at.
Just trying to hit straight and play the ball on its merit, really.
You seem like a player who sticks to conventional style of batting, normally playing in front of the wicket. But having said that, you've got the ramp as well. What have you done to develop all of that kind of batting style?
Oh, plenty of practice. Plenty of times in the nets and doing drills. And yeah, but look, I look to try and hit straight first, and then if there's a gap there, I'll try and manipulate the field.
Well, you've surely made a very strong case for the upcoming Australian series and the T20 World Cup. How's healthy competition for you?
Sorry, I missed that.
I'm saying, how's the healthy competition within the team? Because you've surely made a very strong case for yourself for the upcoming World Cup.
Yeah, we'll see when we get out there, but obviously all the lads are looking forward to getting out there and getting going against, we've got Australia first in a 3-match series, and then obviously onto the World Cup, so hopefully we can push for the trophy out there.
You said that Pakistan seemed like your second home, came out with a blistering 100 in the PSL, and you've never looked back since. How's it been here?
No, it's been good fun. Obviously we've been in the hotel for quite a bit, but it'd be quite nice to get out of the hotel and get to Australia now, but no, it's been good.
Harry, it's been wonderful watching. Good luck for the future.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for talking to us. Right, moving on, I'd like to invite the Pakistan captain, Babar Azam. बाबर 3-3 पे सीरीज लेवल थी, बड़े फाइनल में डिसाइडर मैच में जब 200 बोर्ड पे लगता है तो मुश्किल होता है चेस करना?
डेफिनेटली जिस तरह 200 रन अगर बोर्ड पे होता है तो अगर आपकी अर्ली विकटें गिर जाएँ तो वो प्रेशर आता है नीचे वाले बैट्समैन पे। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से जो हमारी पहली इनिंग्स थी उसमें हमने जो प्लानिंग थी हमारी वहाँ पे एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर पाए, और मेन थिंग ये था कि फील्डिंग हमारी अप टू द मार्क नहीं थी, क्योंकि आप मेन बैट्समैनों के कैच छोड़ेंगे तो मेरे ख्याल से डिफरेंट गेम होती है।
बैटिंग की हम बात करते हैं, अप्रोच की बात, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी इन बैटिंग, क्या ये एक ऐसा एरिया है जिस पे आप वर्ल्ड कप आने वाला है उस पर देखेंगे?
बिल्कुल, मेरे ख्याल से ये सीरीज़ हमारे लिए काफ़ी वाइटल थी और काफ़ी चीज़ें हमारे सामने आई हैं खुल के, और इस पे हम डिस्कशन करेंगे कि कहाँ पे हम लैग कर रहे हैं और कहाँ पे हम और इम्प्रूवमेंट करेंगे, क्योंकि T20 शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट है, तो मेरे ख्याल से जितना क्विक डिसीजन लेंगे उतना आपके लिए अच्छा है।
अच्छा, बहुत सारी अच्छी चीज़ें भी हुई, जिसमें ख़ास तौर पर अगर हारिस रऊफ़ की बात करें, सबसे मुश्किल वक्तों में बॉल करा, भी सिर्फ 4 ओवर में 24 रन दिए, 2 विकेटें हो भी सकती थी। नसीम और शाहीन का वापस टीम में आना, तो बॉलिंग लाइनअप काफ़ी सॉलिड दिख रहा है।
डेफिनेटली, जिस तरह मैंने टॉस पे भी बोला था, हमारी बॉलिंग लाइनअप काफ़ी अच्छी रिस्पांस कर रही है, और मेरे ख्याल से शाहीन को हम काफ़ी मिस कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरह हैरी ने अपने आप को एज अ सीनियर बॉलर उसको अपनी परफॉर्मेंस दिखा रहा है, और टीम के लिए वो जो जहाँ पे भी उसको बॉल देते हैं वो अपना 100% दिखा रहा है, और मेरे ख्याल से डे बाय डे इम्प्रूवमेंट होती है, और एज अ कप्तान बिल्कुल काफ़ी कॉन्फिडेंस रहता है मुझे इस पर।
ओवरऑल एटमॉस्फेयर और क्राउड के बारे में कुछ कह दें?
डेफिनेटली मेरे ख्याल से पूरा पाकिस्तान इस चीज़ का वेट कर रहा था, और मेरे ख्याल से जिस तरह क्राउड और फैंस ने एंजॉय किया वो काफ़ी हमें भी खुशी हुई है काफ़ी कि वो आए हैं और स्टार्स को अपने सामने देखे, इंग्लैंड की टीम को सामने देखा उन्होंने।
बाबर, गुड लक एंड गुड लक फॉर द फ्यूचर। थैंक यू फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस। Right, next up, the winning skipper of the series for England, Moeen Ali. Moeen, great way to clinch the series when it hung in the balance at 3-3.
Yeah, brilliant game today. I thought from us, we played really well from the start. The batters obviously put on a very good score on that wicket, and I thought our bowling was outstanding again today with wet conditions, and I thought throughout the series we bowled really, really well.
We keep talking about how England looks a very dangerous side in all three aspects, and you've showed that throughout the series. But in particular, that top 4-5, Brooke, Malan, Salt, Alex Hales, Duckett, exceptional.
Yeah, and it gives so much more confidence to everybody else. And you know, when the team is batting like that, with the strike rates that they batter, it's really important. And you can easily lose confidence after the 2 games that we lost where we didn't chase. But you know, just credit to the boys. They went out and still played the way they want to play.
T20 cricket is about peaking at the right time, and England seem to be doing it perfectly.
Yeah, it's a really good position to be in. Obviously, we needed 2 must-win games, and the way we've come back and won those 2 games so comfortably was amazing to see. And I think we're in a good position right now with players to come in who we know can make a difference. But it just shows the depth that we have in our squad as well.
It's been wonderful watching you guys play as a team. It's been wonderful for the crowd to cheering behind you, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you to everybody, all the crowd, and the PCB for looking after us as well. We've really enjoyed our time here.
Fantastic, and good luck for the Australian series and the World Cup. Right, before we hand over the trophy to the winning skipper, I'd like to request the chairman of the Pakistan Cricket Board, Mr. Rameez Raja, to please say a few words.
Thank you, Aruj. It's been so that's my camera, right? Okay, so it's been a great privilege and an honor to host England. England coming here to play after a gap of 17 years. So how could we have not allowed them the trophy? So we're not letting them go empty-handed. But honestly, I mean, they turned out to be the better side. It was relentless, heart-racing series, except for the last 2 matches where Pakistan were clearly outplayed. And so a lot of things to learn for Pakistan, but we're sending them with all our best wishes to the World Cup. So I want the fans really to back this Pakistan cricket team. And once again, thank you to England. It's been an honor, privilege, and we'll see you again in the Test series. Safe travels, and thank you for a lovely coverage as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Finally, Mr. Rameez Raja, Mr. Rao Umar Hashim Khan, Mr. Atif Bajwa will jointly present the Bank Al Falah Presents Dafa News winning trophy to Moeen Ali and his English side.
Well-deserved England picking up the trophy. It was a 7-game series, and Moeen Ali and his men were just too good for Pakistan. They dominated tonight. They were clinical. They executed their plans really, really well. And they deserve this. They deserve all the applaud. And a very happy England side, a young side. Few new faces in there. And they are heading to Australia now. They'll feel good about it after winning this series. Josh Butler did not play in this match, or in this series, should I say. But he'll be very, very happy with the overall team's performance. They deserve this trophy. They were good in all departments tonight. It was a well-fought series till tonight. Pakistan winning 3 games for England before this one, and they came out with a positive frame of mind. They did everything right, and they won the game against Pakistan by 67 runs. Well, I hope you enjoyed the cricket, the series. It was a good one. And it's goodbye from us, from the commentary box. I hope you enjoyed the series.
Oh, that's beautifully struck.
Oh, got it. Oh, he's knocked him over again. Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket. Have another go in the crowd. How often does that happen? Deep in the crease this time, and deep into the crowd. Gets away to his first international half-century.
In the air he goes, and what a take that is.
Knocked him over. Oh, this is Pakistan cricket at its very best.
Oh, straight to Adil Rashid.
Babar Azam brings up his 27th T20 I-50.
And that shot brings up his 50 of 19 deliveries.
Well, that's pretty straight. That is very straight.
Rizwan. Oh, Mohammad Rizwan.
It's not going to work for Babar Azam tonight. Oh, a ball. Oh, yes.
Well, what a scintillating performance by England. They've been magnificent today, and throughout the series they've had individuals step up. Today belonged to David Milan with the bat. We've seen generally performances all round. Harry Brook, he's been spectacular. And overall, jubilations from them. And why not? You know, they are the worthy winners of this tournament, this series. And they've played particularly well tonight. Now, I've got with me Wasim Akram and Shan Masood joins us as well. Was disappointing result है Pakistan fans के लिए. लेकिन मेरा जो सवाल है आपसे वो ये है कि हारना एक चीज़ होती है. Obviously, हार जीत तो होती रहती है. But I want to talk about the approach that we saw in that second innings. 210 का टारगेट जब हो तो थोड़ा सा ये बताएं कि क्या अप्रोच होनी चाहिए एंड वेयर डू यू थिंक पाकिस्तान वेंट रॉन्ग?
10 ओवरों में मैच हार जाओ. अगर आप चेस कर रहे हो, 2 विकेटें गिर गई हैं, लूज इन 10 ओवर्स, nobody will care. They will support you. The crowd will support you. The people of Pakistan will support you. But playing like this, nobody is going to support you. Winning and losing is part of it. We all understand. I agree. But हारो तो दलेरी से तो हारो. अब क्या फायदा आपका कि आपके 2 विकेटें गिरी हैं 2 ओवरों में, उसके बाद 10 ओवर में आपका 56 है कि 60 है और 210 चेस करने जा रहे हैं हम. सो व्हाट्स द पॉइंट ऑफ दिस गेम, दिस माइंडसेट? अगर मैं बाबर होता तो मैं अंदर मैसेज भिजवाता, कोच को कहता कि सेंड अ मैसेज, गेट आउट इन 12 ओवर्स, आई वांट यू टू ट्राई टू विन द गेम. बट दैट डिडंट हैपन. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. वो इंटेंट की बात करते आ रहे हैं फ्रॉम लास्ट 6 गेम्स. मिडिल ऑर्डर का प्रॉब्लम नजर आया. अब इन्होंने शान को नीचे किया है तो उसने 250 भी किए हैं और ओपनर के लिए बड़ा मुश्किल है अपना नंबर चेंज करना. सो यू रियली हैव टू सिट डाउन एंड थिंक. Although they played well in the series, there's some pluses, but today the way they lost, that is actually upsetting for all of us.
Yeah, I think disappointing from a Pakistan perspective, Shan. I mean, I want to ask you, obviously जब 210 लग जाते हैं and mid innings break जब होती है तो मैनेजमेंट की तरफ से क्या मैसेज होता है कि how do you approach this chase? Because like वसीम भाई said, 2 विकेटें गिर भी गई तो वो तो इंग्लैंड की भी हमने देखा है कि गिर जाती हैं, बट दे स्टिल कीप ऑन कैरिंग ऑन दैट मोमेंटम एंड दे डोंट गेट रैटल्ड बाय द फैक्ट कि जी 2 विकेटें गिर गई हैं. तो मैनेजमेंट का क्या उस वक्त डिस्कशन क्या होती है कि इसको कैसे चेज करना?
नहीं, देखिए मैसेज सिंपल और क्लियर था और उस वक्त जब आप 200 रन खाते हैं तो यू ऑल्सो हैव टू कीप द ड्रेसिंग रूम एनवायरनमेंट रिलैक्स, क्योंकि इफ़ यू जस्ट टेक इट अ नॉच अप और आप काफ़ी उसको काफ़ी पुश करते हो तो उसमें आपको लोगों को कूल भी रखना होता है, बिकॉज आपके आगे 20 ओवर पड़े होते हैं, जो इनिंग्स पड़ी होती है आपको वो भी खेलनी होती है. मैसेज क्लियर था कि जाना है और ट्राई करना है. एंड आई थिंक जो 2 विकेटें थी फिर पावर प्ले में एक और तीसरी गिर गई थी, दैट सेट इज़ बैक. एंड आई थिंक फ्रॉम अ पर्सनल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू आई एम वेरी डिसअपॉइंटेड कि फर्स्ट 10 ओवर्स में ट्राई की है, वो उस वक्त नहीं लगी, एग्जीक्यूशन ऑफ थी. एंड वी जस्ट हैव टू गो बैक टू द ड्राइंग बोर्ड एंड वर्क ऑन इट कि अगर ऐसी सिचुएशन आएगी इन फ्यूचर यू जस्ट हैव टू गेट अ मूव ऑन and attack the game and hope के things change.
I mean, you know, like he said कि हम intent की भी बात करें यहाँ पे, we see England, you know, off side पे हमने देखा है किस तरह से lofted shots मारते हैं, cover drives नजर आती हैं, मतलब they try and basically put that foot on that accelerator at all times. तो मैं आपसे जो बात पूछना चाह रही हूँ वो ये कि स्किल का इशू है या फिर आपको लगता है कि अप्रोच का इशू क्या है?
Probably both a bit. You see, England were 57 or 52 for 2 in their 6, and they were 102 in their 10 with 3 wickets down in 10. So they after 6 के बाद वो 10 and over से ज़्यादा गए हैं. वो उनको डर नहीं था, हार भी जाते तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी, हमें भी नहीं होती. बट जैसे अब शान बेचारा कम बैक कर रहा है, इसको तीसरी दफ़ा भिजवा दिया शो पे. कोई बंदा भिजवाओ जिससे हम पूछ सके, वो बेचारा कम बैक कर रहा है, वो क्या मुझसे क्वेश्चन भी नहीं सख्त कर सकते. इट्स नॉट फेयर ऑन हिम. सो ऐसे छुपने से मेरा नहीं ख्याल कोई फ़र्क पड़ेगा. जब जब मैं पहली दफ़ा कप्तान बना, मेरे से एक गलती हुई. मैं छोटा था, 24 साल का था. जब हारते थे मैं मुडी पा को भेजता था, मैं मुदस्सर भाई को बड़े हेल्पफुल थे. बट नाउ थिंग्स हैव चेंज्ड, द माइंडसेट हैव चेंज्ड. नाउ एज अ कैप्टन कम आउट एंड एक्सप्लेन. दैट्स ऑल वी वांट फ्रॉम यू. छुपने से कुछ नहीं होगा. आई अंडरस्टैंड इट्स नॉट एंड ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, इट्स नॉट एंड ऑफ द डे, बट इट्स काइंड ऑफ एम्बैरेसिंग अ बिट कि यू नो जिस तरीके से हम खेले हैं वो ठीक कह रहे हैं कि इंटेंट था. और विकेट ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हर पिच एग्जैक्टली वैसे हो. ये एग्री करेगा, पहली इनिंग में पिच बेहतर खेली है, बाद में गेंद ने फंसना शुरू कर दिया है. वही लकीर के फरीक है कि हमने चेस करना है, बस चेस करना है, बस चेस करना है. और विकेट वाज डिफिकल्ट, एम आई राइट? बोल
आई थिंक आई डोंट वांट टू मेक एनी एक्सक्यूजेस, लेकिन जो विकेट का आप हमेशा असेस करते हैं कि नेचर क्या था, तो आई थिंक फर्स्ट इनिंग्स में अगर आप हमारे पेसेस की बॉल देखें तो द बॉल वेंट थ्रू, स्पेशली इन द फर्स्ट 10 ओवर्स। ऐसा लग रहा था कि बॉल थोड़ा सा स्किट होके आ रहा था, बट आई थिंक उन्होंने थोड़ी सी कंडीशंस बेहतर रीड की, और वो जो स्लोअर बॉल्स थी, जो चेंज अप्स थी, फिर क्रॉस सीम जो उन्होंने लेंथ पे मारा है, वो पर्सनली फील हुआ है कि थोड़ा रुक के आए, यू डिडंट फील कि यू कुड गेट अंडर इट एंड देन कनेक्ट इट प्रॉपर्ली।
अब देखिए फिल सॉल्ट पहली गेंद नवाज ने की है, वो हट के वो फील्डर के पास गया, दूसरी पे चौका, फिर चौका, तो बैट्स बॉलर को सेट होने का मौका ही नहीं मिलता। एंड दैट्स व्हाट एग्जैक्टली द हेल्स डिड, दैट्स व्हाट बेन डकेट डज। अब ब्रुक को देख लो, उसने क्वेश्चन किया मरूज ने मैच प्रेजेंटेशन में कि व्हाट वाज योर प्लान, ही सेड माय प्लान वाज टू जस्ट कम आउट, हिट स्ट्रेट, दैट वाज इट, दैट्स इज सिंपल। कोई गेंद को लंबा नहीं लेके जाना, कोई एंड तक नहीं जाना, just play straight, hit your shots and get on with it.
I mean, I have to ask you about the fielding as well. I mean, obviously you're not the fielding coach and you can't speak for everybody that's fielding out there. But generally, इस series में catches drop हुए हैं, and I know that dropping catches is something which is part of the game. But World Cup में Pakistan afford नहीं कर सकता because when you are at that world stage and you've got teams like England there, so क्या है? Is there a reason, or is it just the match pressure? You know, crowd है, big stage. I mean, what is the reason? Because there was a time I remember, you know, when Mickey Arthur was there, Pakistan की fielding was actually everybody sort of commented on it कि बहुत improve हुई है, ground fielding भी। अब फिर से थोड़ा सा लग रहा है जिस तरह वापस जा रही है जैसे पहले थी।
देखें कि पोटेंशियली आप पूछ रही हैं, स्टिल फील कि वी हैव वेरी गुड फील्डर्स नाउ। जो स्किल्स एग्जीक्यूट हुई हैं मे बी नॉट, एंड फील्डिंग एक वो स्किल है जो आपके हाथ में, यू कैन कंट्रोल इट ऑन द डे। सो आई थिंक इट्स अ लेसन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस कि वी बेटर पुल आवर सॉक्स अप, और जहाँ इंपॉर्टेंट कंपटीशन होगा वहाँ आपको फील्डिंग भी मैचेस जिताएगी। तो आई थिंक द ओनस इज़ ऑन ऑल ऑफ अस। एबिलिटी वाइज आई डोंट डाउट अ सिंगल फील्डर। आई थिंक अगर आप कुछ फील्डर्स देखें, वर्ल्ड क्लास फील्डर्स हैं, शादाब को आप देख लें, वसीम जूनियर जो एक एक्सेप्शनल फील्डर है, अगर आप उसे आई डोंट थिंक आई हैव सीन अ बेटर आर्म देन वसीम जूनियर। तो हारिस रऊफ की आप बाउंड्री राइडिंग देखें, शाहीन शाह अफरीदी जब इस टीम में होता है, तो आई थिंक द फील्डर्स आर देयर, द क्वालिटी इज़ देयर, द विकेट कीपर्स देयर, बट द ओनस इज़ ऑन अस कि जब प्रेशर सिचुएशंस आएंगी, इट्स वन स्किल दैट वी कैन कंट्रोल एंड वी कैन एक्चुअली विन गेम्स विद इट।
अच्छा, आगे यू नो न्यूजीलैंड की भी इट्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी अगेन टू ट्राई, बिकॉज द इशू आई सपोज राइट नाउ इज़ कि यू नो सोचा गया था कि इंग्लैंड के खिलाफ देखेंगे तो एक सेट जवाब मिल जाएंगे हर चीज़ के, नंबर 3 कौन है, नंबर 4 कौन है, नंबर 5 कौन है। अभी भी कुछ क्वेश्चंस उस तरह से हैं। सो आई मीन, हाउ डू यू पर्सनली फॉर you know you've made a comeback and you've got some runs, it's obviously given you that kind of confidence. तो how do you look at that New Zealand series? Obviously आगे तो वही है।
देखिए, ऑन पर्सनल रिफ्लेक्शन सबसे अच्छी बात है कि यू नो कि वेयर इट हैजंट बीन अ बेड ऑफ रोजेस के हर चीज़ हैज़ गॉन माय वे। I know that there are things in my game that I have to work on when it comes to T20 cricket. We've played against a good opposition. हमने कुछ चीज़ें अच्छी देखी हैं उनकी बैटिंग में। अगर मैं डकेट और ब्रुक को I'll pick them out because they're people that haven't played international cricket like the other players have. We've seen some good things, so sometimes it's good when you watch class opposition play against you and you figure out what are they doing right that maybe I can apply to my game. And then going to New Zealand, I think it's an added bonus because conditions in New Zealand are going to be similar to Australia. So I think it can set us in the right direction, knowing कि वहाँ क्या strengths हमें चाहिए होंगी playing against a very good New Zealand side. Bangladesh is a decent side. तो it sets it in the right path कि ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जो भी हमें मिलेगा वो न्यूजीलैंड में हमें उसकी अच्छी प्रेपरेशन मिलेगी।
बस वहाँ की conditions, you know, you played there, you know exactly कैसी हैं as a bowler. But anything you'd like to a message that you'd like to give to Shan in terms of how he can play in those conditions, or any generic message or anything?
न्यूजीलैंड की पिच से बॉल थोड़ा सा नया बॉल हिलता है 1-2 ओवर, और मैं एक चीज़ की और खिलाफ हूँ, ये मेरा अपना ओपिनियन है, नथिंग पर्सनल, कि आप पहला ओवर जब आप स्पिनर को देते हो ना, पहला ओवर T20 का जब आप स्पिनर को देते हो इन पिचेस पे, अगर उसको एक चौका लग जाए, 6 सिंगले भी हो जाए, दूसरा ओवर फास्ट बॉलर का स्विंग हो ही नहीं सकता। So my suggestion is to give a new ball to your fast bowler and then give the second over to a spinner. ये भी ट्राई करके देख लो। वो लकीर के फकीरों की तरह बस एक पैटर्न बना हुआ, उस पैटर्न पे हम जाई जा रहे हैं सारे। एंड न्यूजीलैंड की विकेट्स आर ओके, गुड बैटिंग विकेट्स इन T20 फॉर्मेट। वहाँ की ग्राउंड छोटी हैं, ऑस्ट्रेलिया की ग्राउंड बड़ी हैं, तो ये डिफरेंस वहाँ पे आएगा। और अब सब टीमों ने पकड़ देख लेना, ये स्टैट निकालनी है, ये पिछले बॉल पे पकड़ना है इनको, तो उसकी प्रैक्टिस वहाँ न्यूजीलैंड में करनी पड़ेगी आपको, मैचेस में तो नहीं शायद, बट बाहर साइड पे कि हुक पुल अगर मारनी भी है या कट भी मारनी है तो कंट्रोल के साथ मारनी है।
अच्छा शान, ऑब्वियसली लाइक ही सेड कि थोड़ा सा शॉर्ट बॉल पे भी पाकिस्तान को प्रॉब्लम आया है। वी सीन यू इन द टेस्ट फॉर्मेट एटलीस्ट कि किस तरह आपने अपनी शॉर्ट बॉल को खेलने को डेवलप किया है। तो हाउ डू यू प्रिपेयर अगेंस्ट सम ऑफ द फास्ट बॉलर्स दैट यू सी इन द वर्ल्ड कप जो कि शॉट करा रहे होंगे? मार्क वुड जैसे तो काफ़ी होंगे वहाँ पे जो कि उस
और शुक्र आज मार्क भाई नहीं खेले।
मार्क भाई नहीं खेले, एग्जैक्टली मार्क भाई आज नहीं खेले, लेकिन फिर भी प्रॉब्लम तो आई। बट आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट दैट पर्टिकुलर लेंथ विद दैट पेस।
आई थिंक अगर मार्क वुड टाइप बॉलर्स देखें, हारिस रऊफ टाइप बॉलर्स देखें, देर मच मोर डेंजरस ऑन दीज विकेट्स बिकॉज द बॉल फॉलोज यू हेयर, इट डजंट
कंसिस्टेंट
बाउंस नहीं होती। एक चीज़ अच्छी होती है व्हेन यू गो टू प्लेसेस लाइक ऑस्ट्रेलिया, न्यूजीलैंड, साउथ अफ्रीका is कि you know कि if it's pitching anywhere between 8 meters and beyond, it's going to come right at your shoulders or your head, depending on how much the ball bounces or it takes off. So what I've noticed with the short ball is you can't hit it hard. You have to time the ball. कुछ prime examples अगर आप सब कॉन्टिनेंट से देखें तो रोहित शर्मा बहुत अच्छी खेलता है। अगर आप कुछ अच्छे इफेक्टिव वेज देखें तो ये जो रिजवान फाइन लेग पे और स्क्वायर लेग पे शॉट्स खेलता है, दोज आर वेरी इफेक्टिव शॉट्स। वी सीन सूर्या कुमार यादव प्ले दैट इज वेल। सो वी विल हैव टू कम आउट विद आवर डिफरेंट वेज जो हमें सूट करें, बट आई थिंक द की इज टू pick the ball early, to pick that length early and not try and hit it hard because you have to time the ball because the pace is already
Sometime generally as a team you learn from seeing the other games too. Abhi there was a game today, India versus South Africa.
Right.
India scored 237. South Africa were 5 for 2. They lost by about 14 runs. Miller 46 ball 100. 46 ball 100. Miller batting at number 6. They lost 2 wickets for 5. So हारे हैं मगर दलेरी से हारे हैं. So that's what I want from Pakistan cricket, and that's what the Pakistani wants for Pakistan team. We know the talent is there. We know plus भी बड़े आए हैं इस सीरीज में. हारिस राउफ turned out to be one of the best bowlers in T20 format. We know कि हमें हसनैन की फील्डिंग इंप्रूव करनी पड़नी है. अब वो हसनैन को उस पर खुद काम करना पड़ना, उसको छुपा तो सकते नहीं. T20 में बंदा छुप नहीं सकता.
ठीक है, नहीं बहुत अच्छा मैसेज है. अगेन इट्स लाइक यू नो विनिंग एंड लूजिंग सॉरी कैन हैपन, बट इट्स रियली अबाउट the approach and the fact कि वो एक fight नजर आए पाकिस्तान टीम से. That's all the fans that are watching require of you guys. But thank you so much for your thoughts, Shan. वसीम भाई आप तो अभी इधर ही हैं, हम आपको थोड़ा और तंग करने के चक्रों में हैं कि और रखें आपसे और सवाल पूछें. But we'll be doing all of that and we'll be joined by Arooj after this short break. Welcome back to Naya Nazmabad Pitch Side Show, and we've now been joined by Arooj Mumtaz. Arooj, आपने भी बाबर से बात की होगी because we were talking about approach of Pakistan. 102 था 10 ओवरों में, इंग्लैंड का 68 for 3 था पाकिस्तान 10 ओवरों में, and that has been the story. Apart from barring that one match, जो हमने देखा था रिजवान और बाबर ने जिताया था, ये कितना बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है पाकिस्तान के लिए because आगे जाके अच्छी अच्छी टीम्स मिलेंगी, अच्छे अच्छे बॉलर्स भी फेस करने हैं, तो सोल्यूशन क्या है इसकी?
देखिए हम आई थिंक तकरीबन
बंदे चेंज करें या अप्रोच चेंज करें?
इसका एक ही हाल है, नो आप ट्यूबवेल।
अब वसीम भाई जवाब दे चुके हैं, आपका कोई नया सेगमेंट है तो बता दें।
नहीं आप भी जवाब दे दें।
देखिए इट्स अ मैटर ऑफ अप्रोच। 360 एवोल्यूशन जो क्रिकेट की है वो इंग्लैंड ने आपको उसका प्रिसाइज जो है ना टेम्पलेट दिखा दिया, 1 नहीं 2 नहीं 3 नहीं 4 मैचेस में अब दिखा दिया कि आपको 360 प्लेयर होना पड़ेगा, आपको इंटेंट के साथ एवोल्यूशन भी दिखानी पड़ेगी अपनी क्रिकेट में, प्लस आपको उसको एग्जीक्यूट भी करना पड़ेगा। होता ये है कि जब प्रेशर आता है तो हम अपने डिफ़ॉल्ट में चले जाते हैं, डिफ़ॉल्ट में हम वो प्रैक्टिस नहीं करते, तो हमें प्रैक्टिस भी उसी तरह से करना पड़ेगा जिस तरह से हमने मैच खेलना है। आज की अगर आप बात कर लें, जैसे कि अगर हम 60 रन से भी हार जाते हैं कोई बात नहीं, बट आप उसी तरह से प्रैक्टिस करें, क्योंकि एक क्वेश्चन होता है कि टाइम इन द मिडल, बट टाइम इन द मिडल ऑल्सो टू अकॉर्डिंग टू व्हाट इज़ रिक्वायर्ड एंड व्हाट वाज रिक्वायर्ड टू गो एट 10, 12, 13, 14 रन एन ओवर। तो आई थिंक ये चीज़ें हैं। आई थिंक प्रॉब्लम सबको पता है, सोल्यूशन की बातें हो रही हैं बट करने वाले वो हैं। सो व्हेन दे चेंज दैट दे डोंट रियली हैव टाइम एनीमोर।
अच्छा, एक सवाल वसीम भाई आपसे है कि एक जो डिस्कशन चलती है कि जी डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट खेलना बहुत ज़रूरी है, नेशनल T20 जो है उसमें परफॉर्म करें, लीग्स क्यों खेली जा रही हैं, इस पे आपका क्या राय है? कुछ प्लेयर्स हैं जो ऑब्वियसली बाहर जाके खेलते हैं, वहाँ पे उनको एक्सपोजर मिलता है, बट देन देयर इज आल्सो योर डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट। हाउ डज पाकिस्तान गो अबाउट दैट?
I'm all for players going to play international leagues. Yes, I am, because वहाँ international level के आपको players मिलते हैं, but एक SOP बनाया है पाकिस्तान ने, क्रिकेट बोर्ड ने, शान बता के गया हमें कि जब तक आप डोमेस्टिक टूर्नामेंट नहीं खेलेंगे आपको सिलेक्शन के लिए कंसिडर नहीं करेंगे। इट्स अ रॉन्ग आइडिया, आई अंडरस्टैंड, बट फिर ये अब मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है सारे एजेंट से कि देख के ट्वीट किया करो। सीरियसली, you guys never played cricket, I understand stats, I understand everything, but stop tweeting just for the sake of tweeting. SOPs देख लो, अगर PCB SOPs ना रखे तो प्लीज आई एम ऑल फॉर इट। जितनी इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट खेलेंगे इज गुड फॉर द प्लेयर्स, बट बाकी 100 लड़के यहाँ खेल रहे हैं, 1 को 2 को NOC मिल गई है, एंड तो वो फिर आई सपोज ये PCB को देखना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ पे उन्होंने क्या SOP लगाना है, क्या प्रोसेस लगाना है। अगर वो कंसिडर करेंगे वहाँ की परफॉर्मेंस को तो बिल्कुल जाएं खेलने इंटरनेशनल लीग्स पे, उसमें बॉलर्स प्लेयर्स डिफरेंट होते हैं।
ठीक है, आई मीन SOPs जो हैं SOPs फॉलो करने चाहिए, दैट्स व्हाट वसीम भाई इज सेइंग, बट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट इंग्लैंड बीइंग मैग्निफिसेंट टुडे विद द बैट एंड द बॉल एंड जनरली इन द फील्ड एज वेल, बट व्हाट रियली सेट द टोन फॉर देम वाज David Malan, who's also our star player of the day.
Star of the day brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, there was a reason why he was the #1 T20 batter in the world for some time, and why not when he can play shots like that all around the ground. This is perhaps one of his favorite shots and also one of his strengths as well, that extra cover region, inside out. He's got the ability to find his gaps, and really it was a flawless performance indeed.
Star of the day brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
अरूज, इंग्लैंड के पास इतने ज़्यादा ऑप्शंस है कि बंदा थक जाता है वो लिस्ट देख के कि किसको खिलाएं और किसको ना खिलाएं। अभी लिविंगस्टन भी नहीं है, वो भी
स्टोक्स भी नहीं है,
बेन स्टोक्स भी नहीं है, बटलर उनके कैप्टन भी नहीं है, तो
वुडबाई भी नहीं खेले, वो फिर भी जीत गए। वुडबाई मतलब कोई खेले या ना खेले, उन्होंने अपना एक विनिंग फॉर्मूला जो है उनको पता है कि किस तरह से करना है, और मलान तो उनके कंसिस्टेंट परफॉर्मर रह चुके हैं।
मोइन ने टॉस पे पोस्ट मैच पे 2-3 दफ़ा भी ये बात कही है कि वी आर गुड इनफ अ टीम इन स्पाइट ऑफ प्लेयर्स मिसिंग आउट, एंड दैट इज़ अ काइंड ऑफ डेप्थ दे हैव। चाहे वो जिस तरह बॉलिंग में हो, वुड भाई नहीं खेले आज तो कोई और भाई आगे खेल लिए, बैटिंग में ब्रुक भाई खेल रहे हैं तो कोई और नहीं खेल रहे, बट बात ये है कि दे स्टिक टू द काइंड ऑफ अप्रोच और इंटेंट दे हैव। वो डिफ़ॉल्ट में या प्रेशर में बदल नहीं जाते, वो उसी अपने अप्रोच और इंटेंट को बैक करते हैं, एंड मोस्ट ऑफन दे नॉट इट पेज ऑफ।
अच्छा, आपने एक अरूज ने सवाल पूछा था हैरी ब्रुक से पोस्ट मैच प्रेजेंटेशन में कि हैरी ब्रुक से कि किस तरह से आप व्हाट्स द सीक्रेट टू योर सक्सेस, तो उसने बड़ा सिंपल सा जवाब दिया, आई हेट इट स्ट्रेट एंड आई कीप इट सिंपल, आई कीप इट सिंपल, दैट्स व्हाट वी रिक्वायर फ्रॉम द पाकिस्तान टीम एज वेल, इज व्हाट वसीम भाई वाज सेइंग, बट ही इज आल्सो आवर मास्टर ब्लास्टर ऑफ टुडे.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, he's surely one of the most talented cricketers that has come out of England cricket in the last few years. We've seen him in the 100. He's got a lot of power behind those hands and can clear the field really well. Hits very cleanly. Just a fantastic cricketer to watch.
Master Blaster, brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
अच्छा, हैरी ब्रुक वसीम भाई जिस तरह की शॉट्स खेलता है, तो कहाँ कराए बॉलर उसको, मतलब कौन से एरियाज में कराए, कैसे कराए, बिकॉज ही इज सच अ कंप्लीट 360 डिग्री प्लेयर.
ही इज अ वेरी गुड प्लेयर. ही इज आई थिंक ही विल बी अ फ्यूचर सुपरस्टार. आई बिलीव उसकी 4 डे क्रिकेट में भी ही इज वेरी गुड. की टेक्निक बड़ी अच्छी है. उनका वही इंटेंट की हम बात कर करके इवन आई एम बोर्ड रियली. एशिया कप से लगे हुए मिडिल ऑर्डर का इंटेंट बस ठीक है. बस गुड लक करते हैं लड़कों को, विश करते हैं कमिंग बैक टू ब्रुक. He is something different, something phenomenal and less risky. Why? Because he plays it straight, like he said. He इधर मारता है, इधर मारता है, एक्स्ट्रा कवर मारता है, फिर वो जाके ये भी मारता है और फिर उधर से उठाता भी है. तो उसकी शॉट्स जो हैं, वो सिलेक्शन जो है वो सेफ है और सीधे बल्ले से है. That's why he's dangerous.
ठीक है, पाकिस्तान की सिलेक्शन ऑफ शॉट्स आज इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी, एंड मोर इम्पोर्टेंटली जब आप 200 से ऊपर रन्स चेस कर रहे होते हो तो यू नीड अ गुड स्टार्ट, बट दैट्स व्हाट पाकिस्तान डिड नॉट गेट. दे लॉस्ट बाबर एंड रिजवान अर्ली, व्हिच इज व्हाई इट्स आल्सो आवर टर्निंग पॉइंट ऑफ द गेम.
Turning point brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
Well, this is what you call a soft dismissal. Literally straight to cover and no flaws there. Ball जो उन्होंने कराई थोड़ा छोड़ के फेंका, एंड बाबर जो है और ऑफ कोर्स रिजवान फुल स्ट्रेट literally within the stumps. Can't get better than this. Mohammad Rizwan was all over that.
Turning point brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
अरूज, क्या पाकिस्तान टीम मोहम्मद रिजवान और बाबर पे बहुत ज़्यादा रिलायंट है? आई मीन इट्स अ क्वेश्चन दैट्स बीन thought about so many times and spoken about as well, but it really is a question. I mean, number one, is this your opening pair for the World Cup? And also, अगर तो है तो क्या करें, मतलब अगर वो आउट हो जाए तो बाकी क्या करें?
देखिए, आई रियली फील फ़खर अगर फिट हो जाएं तो बहुत फ़र्क पड़ेगा, क्योंकि देखिए बाबर और रिजवान पे हम बहुत रिलायंट हैं, बहुत लंबा वो खेलते हैं, विच इज़ ऑल्सो प्रॉब्ली अ रीज़न वाई मिडल ऑर्डर इतना कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रहता, क्योंकि उनको टाइम कम मिलता है. बट उसमें वो फिर पे ऑफ कर जाते हैं. मसला होता है जब हमारे मिडल ऑर्डर को लंबा खेलना पड़ता है, और हमने सीरीज़ में देखा. बट अगेन कमिंग बैक टू द पॉइंट, टॉप ऑर्डर खेले भी, बट पहले 6 ओवरों का फ़ायदा लेना बहुत ज़रूरी है. यू टेक द गेम अवे फ्रॉम द ऑपोजिशन एसेंशली, और उसमें आईड रादर बी 60 for 3 एज अपोज टू 36 or 40 for no loss. आई थिंक वो 20 रन का फ़ायदा पड़ता है. फ़खर अगर फिट हो जाए तो लेफ्ट हैंड ऑन टॉप फ़र्क पड़ता है, क्योंकि शान जितना नीचे खेलते हैं उतना आई थिंक शान के लिए भी मुश्किल है, क्योंकि जिस तरह की उनकी टेक्निक है, ही सूटेड राइट ऑन द टॉप. सो टाइम विल टेल, बट सी अगेन लाइक वसीम भाई सेड कि ये हमारे प्लेयर्स हैं, ये हमारी टीम है. जो हमने प्रॉब्लम्स देखी हैं उसके हम सोल्यूशन देने की कोशिश करते हैं. वी हैव टू बैक देम, बट समथिंग विल हैव टू चेंज इफ़ यू नीड टू विन ग्लोबल टाइटल्स.
Something will have to change, वसीम भाई. आई मीन लाइक अरूज सेट कि अभी तो ये जिस तरह आपने अपनी टीम दी थी शुरू में प्री मैच में, उसमें बाबर एंड रिजवान ओपनिंग, एंड मोस्ट लाइकली ऐसा ही होगा. शायद कोई इस तरह का चेंज नजर आए, बिकॉज
आई कैन बेट माय हाउस ऑन इट.
ऐसा ही होगा. ये चेंज शायद नहीं होने वाला. फिर उनको ये आप कहेंगे कि उनको अपनी फिर अप्रोच चेंज करनी पड़ेगी व्हेन यू आर चेजिंग 210, या वो क्या करें? आई मीन द क्वेश्चन रियली इज कि
इट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन टू आंसर. दे नो उनकी गलतियां कहाँ पे हुई हैं. They I think understand and probably they'll work on it from there onwards. ठीक है, criticism कर लिया हमने, disappointment थी, I moved on from it, game is finished, we lost badly, fine, but learn from your mistakes. Learn कि positive जाना है, दलेरी से हारो, like चाहे 10 ओवरों में सारे आउट हो जाओ, but try to hit. And for God, tell please पाकिस्तानी प्लेयर्स से एक रिक्वेस्ट है, stop saying game को लंबा लेके जाना है. It's 20 overs, कितना के लंबा ले जाओगे गेम को? If you're chasing 160, 150, I can understand. But if you're chasing 200 or 190, then you can't wait for that long. Averages 14-15 की हो जाए तो literally impossible हो जाता है कई दफ़ा मैच जीतना.
ठीक है, लंबा शायद नहीं, बट अप्रोच की वही बात, बहुत अप्रोच की बातें कर ली हैं आज के. यू नो दे नीड टू चेंज देयर अप्रोच. वी बीन सेइंग दैट फॉर अ वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम. बट टॉकिंग अबाउट टुडेज सेफ हैंड्स ऑफ द डे, कुछ अच्छी फील्डिंग हमें देखने को मिली. कुछ कैचेस ड्रॉप भी हुए थे, लेकिन कुछ अच्छे कैचेस लिए भी थे. लेट्स हैव अ लुक.
Safe Hands brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
ये कुछ सिचुएशन नजर आई थी. ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे जो एक रन आउट हुआ था उस वक्त उम्मीद थी पाकिस्तान को दैट बहुत अच्छा एक रन आउट भी हुआ. और उसके बाद ये कैच, डाइविंग कैच इज नेवर इजी, लो टू द राइट, नेवर इजी.
Safe Hands brought to you by Naya Nazmabad.
वसीम भाई, चांद से मैंने पूछा था फील्डिंग के बारे में कि यू नो फील्डिंग भी जो है वो ज़रूरी तो है. तो
नो डाउट फील्डिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन एवरी फॉर्मेट. अब T20 में ज़्यादा है. कैचेस देखो, उनसे भी ड्रॉप हुए हैं, पाकिस्तान से भी ड्रॉप हुए हैं. बाबर हैड अ बैड डे ऑन द फील्ड, 2 कैचेस ड्रॉप हुए हैं. इट्स ओके, दैट्स जान के कोई नहीं करता. दिस पार्ट एंड पार्सल. कई दफ़ा गेंद इस लाइट में ऊपर चला जाए, नज़र नहीं आता. वसीम इज़ वन ऑफ द टॉप फील्डर्स, उसकी थ्रो बड़ी अच्छी है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली उससे भी कैच ड्रॉप हुआ, बट दैट्स ओके, दैट्स नॉट अ बिग डील.
Parting thoughts, Aruj. I think everybody's really tired out there as well. But like, obviously, ज़्यादा थकावट इसलिए भी हो रही है because it's been a disappointing performance for all the fans that have come in. कैसे evaluate करती हैं इस सीरीज को, जल्दी से बता दें in terms of क्या strengths थी, कहाँ पे काम करना पड़ेगा आगे. न्यूजीलैंड के पास भी खेलना है, उनके पास जाके वो अपॉर्चुनिटी है, and then वर्ल्ड कप है. So इतना ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ मैचेस और भी हैं टू ट्राई.
एंड आई थिंक वही वाली बात है कि न्यूजीलैंड ट्राई सीरीज़ जो है और वर्ल्ड कप के जो वार्म अप मैचेस हैं उसमें आने तक आई थिंक आपके कॉम्बिनेशंस ए और बी सेट हो जाने चाहिए. बॉलिंग बहुत ज़बरदस्त हो जाएगी अगर शाहीन और नसीम आ जाते हैं विद हारिस एंड शादाब नवाज. आई थिंक दैट्स फैंटास्टिक. बैटिंग के अंदर जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं सब डिस्कस कर चुके हैं. होपफुली दे विल वर्क ऑन इट एंड दे विल एग्जीक्यूट व्हाट दे वर्क ऑन कम द वर्ल्ड कप.
वसीम भाई, कोई मैसेज है पाकिस्तान टीम के लिए या फैंस के लिए? आपकी थॉट्स सुनना बड़ी पार्ट.
Really? I've been giving message from last 2 weeks, man. I had enough. But all the best, guys. Good luck for the New Zealand tour and play some brave cricket. That's all we want from you, and we believe in you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Aruj. Thank you, Wasim bhai. It's a pleasure having you guys here. And जैसे कि उन्होंने मैसेज दिया है, the message is के play fearlessly, दलेरी से खेले. और everybody is obviously going to back Pakistan team because everybody does want them to do well. It's been a magnificent series overall. बहुत मज़ा आया है because matches close आए हैं. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed this coverage because we certainly have. We'll be seeing you, I think, in a couple of months' time when England comes for the Test series. Until then, it's goodbye.
Beautifully struck.
Oh, got it. Oh, he's knocked him over again. Babar Azam becomes the first Pakistani player to make 2 centuries in T20 international cricket. Have another go in the crowd. How often does that happen? Deep in the crease this time and deep into the crowd. Gets away to his first international half-century.
In the air it goes, and what a take that is.
Knocked him over. Oh, this is Pakistan cricket at its very best.
Oh, straight to Adil Rashid.
Babar Azam brings up his 27th T20I 50.
And that shot brings up his 50 of 19 deliveries.
Well, that's pretty straight. That is very straight. Oh, Rizwan. Oh, man, Rizwan. Not going to work for Babar Azam tonight. Oh, the ball. Oh, yes.
Right arm over. It's a center.
Catch it! Catch it!
Poczeka.
Hello and welcome to highlights of the 7th and final match in this Bangkok Palau presents DEFA News Pakistan versus England T20 I Series 2022 from the Gaddafi Stadium in Lahore. So all to play for in this final match. It was another very, very good looking pitch, bare and dry as they all have been throughout the series. At the toss it was Babar Azam who won the toss and decided that Pakistan tonight would chase down whatever England could offer them. Now, if we look at the two teams, various changes here and there. 4 for Pakistan, who welcome back Mohammad Rizwan, absent in the previous game through injury. Crystal Shah coming back, Haris Rauf coming back, and also Mohammad Hasnain. For England, just the one change as Chris Wokes came in, no Mark Wood, but a very strong-looking batting lineup. And of course, Pakistan bowling first. So let's join the action with England's openers at the crease. First ball, first run. And then 1 run becomes 2. He's found the gap. It's taken him 2 balls to find the gap, 2 balls to find the boundary. A few more here as well. That is beautifully placed. Mid-on up. There's a deep wide mid-wicket, but it's nowhere near him. That's going to be 4. No hanging around for Alex Hales. No sight, sorry, for Phil Salt. No sighters for anyone. Just have a crack at it and hit it for 4. That's gone straight back past him. Mohammad Wasim almost ducking out the way. That actually is a brilliant piece of work on the boundary's edge. Haris Rauf, very, very nimble, very clever. Timed the flick absolutely perfectly. Beautifully guided with that third man. Well, the third man was placed down there. And it's timed so absolutely very sweetly that it's beaten him very, very easily. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If there's a cat and mouse game going on out there, it's the cat that's winning. 35 without loss. Well, that's pretty straight. That is very straight. Didn't take long for the finger to go up. You've lost their first wicket.
The pressure built by Haris and the wicket taken by Hasnain. Short of a length in the stumps. For once, Hale just falls across, misses it. Maybe indicates that the ball is skidded slightly low, but nonetheless, it's very straight from Hasnain. And that's why he's prospered. Alex Hales gone for 18. It's 39 for 1.
That's leg stump though. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. He's going to come a long way back. Well. Phil Salt had come almost all the way down to join Devon Milan, who was unaware that Salt was on his way there.
In the end, a direct hit, a loopy one as such, but it does it for Pakistan and the man they wanted. He was looking in fine fiddle yet again, out for 20. England now 39 for 2.
This will help the cause as well. Just again, just a fraction too close to that leg side. Helped on its way.
Worked away on the onside. Haris Rauf missed his length. And batsman capitalizing with a boundary.
Oh, wow. So good from Dawid Malan. I think it's just one bounce for Iftikhar, greeted with contempt first ball. Oh, he's nailed that. That has gone a long, long way.
He's finding the touch, read the googly very nicely, and decided very early that this ball is going between mid-wicket and long on. A mighty six, that one.
What about this one? What about this one? Beautiful. This was a snorter. It was flat and it just went all the way. Brilliant hit.
How annoying for a bowler. How annoying. 100 on the board. End the 10th over for the loss of 2 wickets.
Oh, Rizwan. Oh, Mohammad Rizwan. Hands like lightning.
Now Pakistan was searching for this wicket. They badly needed this wicket. No way he's going to come back. That's wonderful keeping. He scored 30. It's 101 for 3 now.
Catch it!
There is a man there. Will he take this? No, he doesn't. Excellent shot from Brook. Used his feet and managed to get a big 6.
Inside out. Ooh, drop catch by the skipper. Had extra cover. He was firmly hit.
Yeah, he generates some praise. Just burst through his hands. Back yourself to take these catches at this level. He didn't really have to move, slightly above his shoulder. Just one of those that didn't stick. The crowd's ecstatic, isn't it? That's played nicely. Oh, that is a complete mess up by Hasnain. Overran it. Not happy. Not happy, Mohammad Wasim.
Here we go. Let's have a look. That's huge. That's big. That's gone for the maximum. What a shot.
Slow ball, and that has gone straight up in the air. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Baba had brought Haris Rauf back on early to pick up the wicket. Rauf.
How good was the delivery? A very good slow delivery. I think he just took it a little casually. Babar Azam, he thought he's got it, he's in control, but then dropped it. How costly will that be?
Up and over. He's just got enough of that, Dawid Malan. And he rather scythed it over the top of extra cover. It was a good effort in the end because the ball was quite full and he had to get underneath it.
Haris.
50 up for Dawid Malan. It's been a relatively lean series for him, given his high standards. But that is a welcome one in a big game here. 13th in T20 internationals to go with a century. Oh, he's picked it up. That's gone a long, long way. Many a mile back. It's a poor delivery from Wasim, and that's a great finish to the over for England. 14 from it, 168 for 3. Short and hooked away. Oh, that's gone for 6. What a strike. Dawid Malan was waiting for that. Hasnain can only shake his head.
Yeah, pace on again.
Foreman back on the leg side. Oh, that's come out of the middle of the bat, but it's gone vertical. Mohammad Wasim puts it down. Puts it down. Once again.
Another beautiful delivery. It happened twice to Haris. So he should have taken like 3 or 4 wickets by now. He was in the air for a long, long time. Oopsie.
The first one goes out of the park. The first one has gone. And he is really under the pump now.
How good was that sound?
Second delivery now. Goes back, slices it away through the gap. That's gone for 4.
Slower ball. Brook goes down the ground. He goes downtown, and that is out of here as well. 100 partnership comes up off just 62 deliveries. Gets the Yorker in. Milan will look for 2. They come back for a couple. And Pakistan will need 210 runs to win the match and the series. That has been quite brilliant batting from England once again.
So England, charged by Pakistan with the task of setting a target, would have been pretty happy with 209 for 3 at the end of the 20 overs. It was yet another electric start from Salt and Hales, but after they were both out in the 5th over, David Milan had his best outing of the tour so far. 76 in good time from him, a strike rate of 165. Duckett continued his good form with 30. Harry Brook, again imperious, 46 in quick time from him as well. So England delighted, 209 for 3 at the end of the 20 overs. For Pakistan, well, 1 or 2 very, very expensive analyses, but just look at Haris Rauf yet again. Very much the most economical, very much the best of the quick bowlers there, trying to stem the flow of runs. Overall, though, Pakistan would have been disappointed with the bowling, disappointed with the catching, and given the situation now, it was all about whether or not they could chase down the target of 210. One ball, one dot. Down the gap. First boundary of this innings. That was typical, absolutely typical of Babar. Out. It's not going to work for Babar Azam tonight.
Yeah, by floating that delivery, he gained. Chris Fawkes. Babar Azam not quite getting to the pitch of the ball. In the end, wasn't able to control the ball. Went straight to the fieldsman. And wicket number 1 in the first over for England. Babar Azam walking back after scoring 4. It's 5 for 1 Pakistan.
Oh, ball. Oh, yes. That's the start that Reece Topley wanted. Little bit of in-swing, nice full length.
The ball is wobbling in the air. Have a look, the ball dipping at the last moment. And Rizwan was into the stroke, left him, and he's been cleaned up. Walking back after scoring 1. Pakistan in a strife, 5 for 2.
They'll go for 4. So a good finish to the over, a much needed boundary, but still Pakistan way behind, 11 for 2. Masood has played it very nicely. Shan Masood has timed that to death. Well, that has gone straight up in the air. It might have gone quite some way. Someone's going to go for it. Phil Salt was thinking of coming for it. But just look how high it goes. And these are never easy, I'll tell you that. Just seemed to fade away from him just as it got towards those hands. And it's not even in the middle of the hand, nowhere near. It's more the bulb of the hand, if you can call it that, which is slightly inaccurate, but there we go. That's a good shot. That's a super shot. This time the shimmy gets him into position to find that gap on the offside. Beautifully played.
Big appeal, big shout has been given.
Yeah, Willie picks up a wicket. Should have had a caught and bowl in his previous over. Just, something of a cutter. If the car goes for 19, it's 33 for 3.
He's gone for it and clears the boundary comfortably. Shan Masood into the attack. First 6 of the Pakistan innings. Also brings up Pakistan's 50.
He was a googly, picked it up and got the maximum.
Tell you what, that's quite a strike considering he hit the ground before he hit the ball.
Has he connected that? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Much needed boundary. Took a couple of steps down the wicket and took the attack on.
Well, they have found the boundary. Shah Masood has found the boundary this time. Not quite how it was intended. Now that has got the distance. Gustil has found space in the air. He's found space behind the boundary. Well, he's appealed, has Phil Salt. He's given the wide and he's given it out.
Keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, roll it back. You're on screen now.
Well, we'll see the final decision made here. Hassan Raza. Well, a full toss is dispatched. Not what Chris Wokes intended at all. Well, it's gone straight down the throat of Reece Topley at deep square leg. For Wokes, it's both short and pace off. It was the pace off that made the difference because Asif Ali was largely through the shot, came on right off the toe of the bat. 7 to his name, Pakistan 99 for 5.
Since the beautiful shot, it'll be boundary. So 94 required of 18 balls, 17 gone, 116 for 5.
Well, that's been hit out to Chris Wokes, who makes no mistake. Sam Curran has another wicket, or his first, in fact, this evening. The leg side of the field, 75 metres that boundary out there. And Nawaz didn't get all of it. Mohamed Wazim is the new man in, and he drills his first ball down the ground. That's a bit more like it. That'll be 4. Shan finds the gap on the way down to the third man boundary. In the air. Oh, Adil Rashid. A little bit of magic from the leg spinner, diving away to his right.
Well, wicket on the last ball of his spell. Chris Wokes, who's been superb throughout this evening. 19 gone, 135 for 7, and well played Shan Masood, 56 of 43.
Knocked him over. That's emphatic. It's almost as emphatic as this victory for England.
Series been good, but not the right end, not the end the crowd was looking for. Crowd's been really, really great. There's 8 wicket gone in the 20th over. It's 135 for 8.
Ball is in the air over the head of Moeen Ali on the way towards the extra cover boundary. Chris Wokes will clean up. There'll be a couple of runs to finish things off. England have inflicted Pakistan's 4th biggest defeat in terms of runs. in this, the decider. It's a 7-match series. It's been a lot of drama.
So huge disappointment for Pakistan at the end of what had been a wonderful series all round. 142 for 8 from their 20 overs. Not the greatest of starts, to put it mildly, when you lose both Mohammad Rizwan and Babar Azam for single-figure scores in the first 2 overs. Although Shan Masood did his best to compensate, 56 from him was his best score of the series. If you look at England's bowling figures, well, it was a very, very good performance in the field. All the bowlers had something of note. Wokes, good for him, 3 for 26. A nice way for him to finish the series. Topley, 1 for 34. Willie finishing it off, 2 for 22. Rashid, his best performance actually of the series, in fact, 1 for 25. And Sam Curran and Moeen Ali making up the numbers there. So just to recap, England were outstanding with the bat in making 209 for 3 in their 20 overs, and all those 5 men used contributed something of worth. The only man of note for Pakistan with the ball was Haris Rauf, none for 24 from his 4. The reply was certainly, shall we say, inadequate. And apart from that 56 from Masood, no one really got going and no one really gave Pakistan a chance with the bat. So a great series win for England. They take it 4-3. Victory in this final match by 67 runs. Thank you very much indeed for being with us.